chim già lên đô.
Create a beautiful, job-winning resume with Enhansive. Join thousands of users who
yakili haya maneno
It's Kilimall 10th anniversary, starting on 3rd to 30th June. Get up to 10 times more discount on all products and mega super flash sale deals of $999, $99, and even $9 bob. And that's not all. Earn coins through daily check-ins, and on the 6th and 7th day, receive double coins. Plus, get an additional 20 coins simply by verifying your phone number and email on the Kilimall app. And you know what? 1 coin will be equivalent to 1 shilling. This anniversary, spot it, love it, buy it with affordable price.
And he's accompanied by members of management. And when they come in, we shall start with the national anthem, followed by the anthem of East Africa Community. So I'll request you, once they settle down, that we remain upstanding for the 2 national anthems. I believe we are ready for that, the 2 national anthems. Yeah. Then from there, we are going to have a prayer. I am requesting that Dr. Meru start preparing to bless us with a word of prayer, so that I'll give you the mic where you don't have to walk, so that you can open the conference officially. Those who are out, Dr. Chege, wale wako nje waambie waingie ndani. Our guests are around the corner. Everyone should be in. Those who are out there, let us have them in. The ushers out there, kindly ask everyone to get seated. Remember yesterday what we had was a pre-conference. Today is actually the time we are actually having the official opening of the conference, Mastic 2024, by the guest of honor. We also have members of council. Our chair of council is around. We also have the chair of the academic committee of council. So this is truly a great day for this institution. So faculty members who are walking in, your chairs is reserved here, Dr. Jacob. We have not marked it, but specifically it is here for you, with Dr. Aki right in front here. So I believe that the chairs of department and the dean, just ask your faculties, maybe you can communicate through the WhatsApp platforms that we are about to start, and we don't want them to be missing in action. All the faculty, the chairs of departments, the deans who are here, kindly requesting that you ask the faculty that we require them in here so that we can formally start our Mastic 2024. welcome the Chair of Council, Karibu Sana. Sorry, is there a second? Sorry. So where Karibu sana. Thank you very much, our guests. So, ladies and gentlemen, let us all be upstanding for the national anthem. Still remaining outstanding, I would kindly request Dr. Meru to kindly read us in an opening prayer. Dr. please.
Okay, let us pray. Father Lord, we thank you this morning for a wonderful day that you have given us. We don't take it for granted. As we start off our conference today, Father, we ask that you go before us. Thank you for the guests that have arrived, and for those that are coming, we are asking, Lord, that you may quicken their steps. Make our conference a success, and when we come to the end of it successfully, we'll remember to come back and thank you. We pray this in Jesus' name.
Amen. Let us be seated. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. The faculty members who are coming in, we have a lot of space in front here. Kindly be seated. And I would like to formally welcome our guests today, our Chair of Council, the Chair of the Academic Committee of Council, guest speakers, invited guests, the faculty members, participants both from Kenya and outside Kenya, even those who are listening us virtually. Good morning. Thank you very much. My name is Dr. Karanja. I am the registrar in charge of academics and students affairs. And today marks a very, very important date for this institution, where we gather together as a university for our international conference, MASTIC 2024. Our guest of honor, this is the third one. we started this international conference in the year 2022. Then we had one last year, June, a time like now, 2023. And now we are holding our third one, the Mastic 2024. And the theme of this particular conference, the third Meru University Science of Technology International Conference, is a very important theme. Very important theme, considering what is happening in the world. Science in the service of climate action. Science in the service of climate action. That is the theme of this particular conference. And we have lined up a number of presentations, a total of over 163 abstracts. And we are holding this conference in 4 venues. This is just one of them. We have other people seated in 3 other venues still within this complex, the engineering complex. We are also streaming it live. So we have even participants who will actually be presenting it virtually, even outside this country. That's how we are prepared for this. So mine is to welcome you and indeed wish every presenter and every participant to take this opportunity. It is an international platform and present, disseminate any information on research, abstract, concept papers and proposals that have been lined up. So ladies and gentlemen, allow me at this particular time to invite our director. The director in charge of RISE. We call it RISE because Meru University, we recognize that we must conduct research, that is R. We must have innovations, that is I. Then, what comes out from RISE, from research and innovation need to be commercialized. There should be a link between the research we are doing, the innovation, and the industry. And that is why we have the C, the commercialization. And then we do extension, community outreach, extension from the various research and innovations that we are conducting. And we have a directorate. And it is the directorate that is in charge of this particular conference, among many other activities they carry out. And therefore, allow me to invite the director in charge of RISE, Professor Amos Omamo, to come and give us the highlights of this particular conference. Professor Karibu.
So thank you very much, Dr. Karanja. Starting on the existing protocol, mine is just to introduce the highlights of our conference this year. Just like Dr. Karanja has actually alluded to, this is our 3rd conference. We branded it MASTIC. This is Meru University of Science and Technology International Conference. And we give it a theme annually. And that is why this is MASTIC 2024. Just like you heard, our theme this year is Science in the Service of Climate Action. And we go with the theme because these are events happening in the world currently, and we want our researchers to actually speak to the theme that is there. So mine is to also introduce you to the team that was behind this in the preparations, and our sponsors, and a highlight of some of our guest speakers who we expect to actually speak to the theme this time around. So I will start with our chair of our committee, and this is Professor Turenera. Could be you wave to the crowd. Professor is the current conference chair. I deputize him as the chair of this conference. We had a big team that actually organized this. Wherever you are, if you're part of the organizing committee, could you stand please? Part of the organizing committee? Thank you. I want to appreciate specifically Dr. Walubuka, headed the publicity and marketing committee. Dr. Karanja, headed the facilities and programs committee. I headed the publications committee. Dr. Chiliswa headed the resource mobilization committee, and Professor Masinde headed the scientific committee. So this is a committee that put this together, and we really want to appreciate them. We had a group of sponsors who actually also helped us realize this. I want to really thank the Pan-African Climate Justice Alliance. Any representative here? PACJA? They gave us some sponsorship. I want to appreciate Alba. No, Three Stairs Hotel. Three Stairs Hotel. This helps us in accommodation, and when they actually give us discounts, it's a way of promoting the conference still. Alba Hotel, Cooperative Bank, anyone from Coop Bank? Coop Bank also gave us some sponsorship. The National Research Fund, we appreciate you, Chair. You head the NRF. You gave us some sponsorship. The Institution of Engineers of Kenya, IEK, also gave us a sponsorship. The Kenya Commercial Bank also gave us a sponsorship. And our own journal, the African Journal for Science, Technology and Social Sciences. The editor is here. They're also supported in different ways. This time around, we have actually put together a very big group of guest speakers who are speaking to the theme in the various thematic areas that we have captured. And just to run through very fast before I take this back to Dr. Karanja to introduce the program. We have our keynote and chief guest, Dr. Beatrice Inyangala, who is the Principal Secretary, State Department of Higher Education and Research. We have quite a whole range of guest speakers, starting with our chief guest today, Professor Atemo Micheka. We also have, who is the Board of Trustees Chairperson at the NRF currently. Then we also have Professor Dixon Andala, who is the Chief Executive of the NRF. We also have Professor Lord Abbey, who is here with us. He is the Department Head for Plant, Food and Environmental Sciences, Dalhousie University, Canada. Then we also have Professor James Ling, who is Head of Food and Nutrition and Environmental Sciences, Food and Nutrition, UCD Agriculture Food Science Center, University College of Dublin. Then we had yesterday a very distinguished fellow, Professor Washington Yoto Chin, he's the Head of Civil and Environmental Engineering at the Imperial College London. We also have Honorable Wilson Sosion, who is a legislator in our parliament. We have Dr. Victor Ayamo, who is a World Animal Protection from the Animal World Protection Kenya. We have Professor Erastus Kangede, he's a professor of public health and food safety at the University of Nairobi. We have Professor Caroline Copia, who is an associate professor of merchandising. He's a program lead, School of Humanities, Human Sciences, Mississippi State University. in the US. We have Dr. Gilbert Mugeni, Director Research Innovation and Innovation Communications Authority of Kenya. We also have Professor Kisilu Kitainge, who is the Chief Executive TVET at the Assessment Council, CDEC. Then we have Engineer Professor Festus Ngeno, who is the PS Department of Environment and Climate Change in our country. We have Dr. Peterson Warutere, School of Health Sciences, Kenyatta University. We have Professor Farai Nyabaza, Mathematics Professor at the University of Joburg, South Africa. Then we have also Dr. Purity Mwendwa from the Trinity College, Institute of Neurosciences, Dublin, Ireland. And we have Professor Charles Tushabomwe Kazuba, who is with us. Thank you, sir. Deputy Vice Chancellor, Mbarara University, Uganda. Then we have Dr. Leonita Sumba, the Chairperson, Women in Water and Sanitation Association in Kenya. And lastly, we will have Professor Mike Lang, who is an Associate Professor at the University of Calgary, Canada. So you've seen that we have organized quite a range of experts and personnel who will speak to our themes this time around. Just like we have said, we want our conference to be more visible each year. We want it to be very global. And we believe that as we go, we are going to tone it down to now schools, where we will have specific thematic areas, either a conference in health, a conference in engineering, but this is after a transitional period, once we have stabilized this. So with this, I want to welcome you to our third MASTIC 2024 conference. Thank you. Dr. Karan.
Let us give our director a better clap. Thank you, Director. He has given us an outline of what the conference will entail. And therefore, at this particular time, I want to hand the mic over to the Deputy Vice Chancellor. The Deputy Vice Chancellor in charge of academics and student affairs, where research is domiciled, to take us through the rest of the program. Prof. Karibu.
Thank you very much, Dr. Karanja. Our chief guests present here today, our Chair of Council, our Vice Chancellor, and also we have the Chair of the Academic Committee of Council here with us. All distinguished guests and our staff, our DVC, UMB, good morning. It's my pleasure to be here. And before I invite the other guests to speak, and also hand over to the Vice Chancellor, I would like to invite my colleague, the Deputy Vice Chancellor, in charge of Administration, Finance, and Planning, Professor Charity Bishuki, to make a few remarks. Prof, you are welcome.
Chief guest and other guests, distinguished guests, colleagues, good morning. It's a pleasure for us to meet here again to talk about research. And for the guests who are coming from outside the university and even outside the country, please do feel completely at home at Meru. Karibuni sana. I am looking forward to this conference and to listen to a few papers as we participate. Keep your ears open, listen to the papers, and especially for those that are academic staff here, identify gaps. Look at the gaps where we can further research. Thank you. Good morning.
Our chief guests, allow me to recognize the presence of my colleague from Mbarara University, of Science and Technology all the way from Uganda, Professor Charles, who is here. Just give him a round of applause. And chief guests, we have our academic staff here. And before I introduce them, I would like also to note that this conference is taking place here in the background of another summer school. We call it Nairobi Summer School, which is being conducted by 7 universities around Mount Kenya. And the Meru University of Science and Technology is part of this Nairobi Summer School, which is currently in Chuka University. We have our university participating. We have Dedan Kimathi University of Technology in Nyeri. We have Karatina University also in Nyeri. We have Kirinyaga University in Kirinyaga. We have University of Embu participating. And we have Tharaka University, which is in the neighboring Tharaka Nithi. And last week, we had our part of the summer school here, where we had a town hall meeting. And currently, we have 30 students participating in the Nairobi Summer School, which is also hosting as delegates from 87 countries from all over the world. And we are happy to be part of that summer school. At this juncture, I would like to introduce the faculty members who are here, to the chief guests, and I'd like to start with the deans of our 8 schools. Kindly, deans of schools, wherever you are, can you stand up? We appreciate you. Deans of our schools. Wherever we are, let's appreciate them. Thank you very much. We have directors of our various institutes and campuses. Directors, kindly stand up. Let's appreciate our directors. We also have our chairs of departments. Chairmen, chairs, wherever you are. Thank you very much for turning up for this event. We have faculty members from our 8 schools. Our faculty members, wherever you are, kindly stand up, we appreciate you. Faculty members, all of you, thank you very much. Our chief guests, our students are not in session currently, but we have 2 schools who are here, the School of Nursing and the School of Health Sciences. But right now, they are in their lecture theaters, others are in clinical in their hospitals. So that is the academic staff and the faculty members who are here. And having said that, the Director Rice did appreciate our sponsors. We are really grateful for our sponsors who are here. And Vice Chancellor, I would like now, having said that, to welcome you to come and take over the program from me. Let's appreciate our VC.
Thank you very much, our chief guest. Before I give my speech, I would like all the UMB members to stand up, the University Management Board. I lead a very lean UMB. We are 6, and I think the finance officer must be dealing with the salary of these people. Are you happy? So even if you don't see him here, so we're trying to work on your salary. So we have Dr. Karanja, who is our Registrar Academic and Student Affairs. Professor Charity has introduced herself, our DVC Administration, Finance, Planning. Professor Tuwanira, our DVC HASA, that is Academic and Student Affairs. And then Dr. Walabuka, who is the Registrar Administration, Finance and Planning. And Nefa Tinjeru, who is the Finance Officer. That's what we have, very lean management team, and you can clap for them. They are the people who run this university all this time. Thank you very much. So our chief guest, Dr. Beatrice Muganda Inyangala, represented by Professor Ratemo Micheka, who is the chair of the board, the National Research Fund, who also employed me as a young boy when I was 30 years old, and thank you very much, sir. The Principal Secretary that of the State Department for Higher Education and Research, the Ministry of Education, and our Chair of Council, Professor Kanya, our Chair of Academic Committee, Mr. Martin Gnoti, all our guests that have come. There are many. I know we are only here, but they are all over the world. They are watching us as we go on. And all protocols observed. Distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Good morning. Good morning again. Good morning. Are we not happy that we are celebrating our third Mastic 2024? Can we clap? Thank you very much. When we started this 3 years ago, people thought it would not work. And our chief guest, our conference is normally visible, the whole world. We are just here, a few of us, but we have people from all over the continent, all over. And we are very happy about this. And before I read the speech, thank you very much, the Deputy Vice Chancellor from MUST of Uganda. Thank you. Thank you very much. Our one of the keynote speakers from Dalhousie University, a great friend. Dalhousie has become a friend of ours. For the last 6 years I've been here. You received me very well with the former chair of council almost 3 weeks in your university, and we become very happy. We teach together, remember, we co-supervise together, we run conference together. And Canada is very far, you guys. For somebody to take his time to come from Dalhousie to come here, it's a great, great, great sacrifice. So can we clap for our friend from Dalhousie? And Dr. Eunice Marete, the Deputy Secretary to Commission for University Education. And again, one of our very own. Please stand up and just face the people and clap for her. Maybe some people have forgotten you when you went. Because this was your student in JKU. Yeah, you can see. I remember Professor Micheka when I was a young boy back in '94. He said, those people want to go, let them go. Those of us who are remaining here, in 10 years, 20 years, will be the whole world. I know you have forgotten that. But whenever I move in the whole Kenya, whenever I move the whole of Africa, whenever I move the whole world, even in the US, I get your products. Here they are, here we are, here they are. You may not know them, but they know you. May God bless you. So good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It is my utmost pleasure and honor to welcome you all to the beautiful city of Meru, Kenya, as we gather here today for the third International Conference of Meru University of Science and Technology, what we call the MOSTIC, the MASTIC 2024, under the theme, Science in the Service of Climate Action. This conference provides a crucial platform for intellectual exchange, for collaboration and exploration of innovative ideas that will shape our future. I extend my warmest welcome to our distinguished guests. I cannot mention all of you, but we really value you. We really value our sponsors and all of you. I've forgotten our postgraduate students. Yesterday was a pre-conference day, and I think we had over 120. The chief guest and our chair of council, I was privileged, I was able to run here, and I attended from around 2 up to around 6:30. Very excellent presentations. The future is bright. That's what I saw. And over the course of this conference, we will delve into significant sub-themes that capture the breadth and the depth of the challenges we face as a country and also as the world. From agriculture, food security, safety, biosecurity, business, circular economy, circular research, and society, we will explore the intricate interplay between human well-being and environmental sustainability. This university has two institutes. One of them is called SRI, that is Sanitation Research Institute. And another one is called ICC, that is Institute of Concrete and Cement. Both of these institutes have basically focused their research on circular research, renewables, organic waste management, and e-waste management. And we are doing this because we are so focused and so concerned with climate change. And that's why the topic of this conference is very important. Climate change, with its pressing demands for adaptation, mitigations, and resilience, will take center stage as we seek innovative solutions for a sustainable planet. At Meru University of Science and Technology, our chief guest, we are proud to demonstrate our commitment to combating climate change through active participation in key initiatives. Currently, our students are taking part in the 2-week-long Nairobi Summer School at Chuka University, organized by the Pan-African Climate Justice Action, what we call the PACJA. This involvement not only enriches their knowledge and skills in climate action, but also underscores our dedication to fostering a generation of leaders and innovators who are equipped to tackle the pressing environmental challenges of our time. Our Sanitation Research Institute is a beacon of innovation, converting waste into organic waste into usable products and contributing to a circular economy. Moreover, our commitment to environmental stewardship is evident in our university forest cover, which now stands at 14%. When you realize that when we started some 10, 11 years ago, we were less than 5%. These initiatives reflect our dedication to creating a sustainable future through science and technology. To our dear partners, National Research Fund, NRF, Pan-African Climate Justice Alliance, the PACJA, the Cooperative Bank, the Kenya Commercial Bank, the Three Steers Hotel, the Alba Hotel, Institution of Engineers of Kenya, IEK, and African Journal of Science and Social Sciences. We would not have done this without you, and we really, really appreciate you. Can we clap for all of them, please? We say thank you. We offer our deepest gratitude for the immense support accorded to us. Your contribution is the backing we require to maintain a firm foundation, anchoring our researchers and innovators as they come up with solutions we need. Thank you for investing in the better tomorrow and believing in our vision to be a center of excellence in research and innovation. Be rest assured that your contribution has been put to good use. Mastic is bigger than all of us, and we want to ensure that it serves the world even better to us. Our chief guest, in the last 3 weeks, there's been a lot of debate about Mira, about Muguka, and people don't know what they are talking about. Some of the things, the researchers that we have here, like Professor Remy here, Dr. Kubai, West Dr. Kubai, they are doing excellent research. And I think before Kenyans and the world talk about CAT, you need to be informed by the research output. And I think we are actually one of the leading universities in the world right now, doing research in Mira, doing research in camel milk, doing research in things that really respond to some of the community problems that people do not know the solution about. This is also the right time to remind members of the Meru University of Science and Technology community the importance of research in the university. Given the fourth industrial revolution, which is technology-based, research has been made easier and more accessible. It is now easier for Professor Masinde is here, to co-supervise students with another professor in their house in Canada. It's now easier for me, a professor of statistics, to supervise students here with another collaborator from Japan. The world has become one. It's now very easy for all of us, Lillian, in SRI, to teach course in Introduction to Sanitation Issues in tropical Africa with somebody even from India. He's in India, she's in India, and you're in Kenya here, because of what is happening in the industrial revolution. And so you are so lucky, like I was telling my students yesterday, you don't have to worry. When I was doing a PhD, I had to look for journals, and I had to write to people in the US, in Canada, and it takes 4 months, 5 months for that paper to reach here. Today, at the click of your phone. So you are so lucky, Dr. Wamalwa, the chair of physics, that you can do so much, you can discover so much, you can do so much within a year, within a short time. And so, chief guests in this university, we have patterned our semester days that the first 2 semesters, that is September to April, we do serious academic teaching. And then between now May to September, we are involved in serious academic discussions, starting with going to every faculty, talking with the faculty, assessing their publication portfolio, assessing their research work, and we go to each and every person. And at the end of it, the DVC Academic, together with this director RISE, will give a report for Professor Micheka. This whole year, what have you done? And you know, at the click of the button, we are able to check your Google, Google Scholar, what you say about you. And we are doing this so that we transform this university to be a research entrepreneurial university. And that's why our research directorate is also called RISE. So you do research, and then that research you also do innovations, come up with innovative products, and which can actually at the end of it be commercialized. And I think that is where the commercialization comes back. But then we are doing this to address community issues, because research for what? We research for the community that pay the tax, that pay our research fund, that pay our salary. So we are very focused on that. And for our students, for our staff, this is the RISE agenda. That's why every year, the last 3 years, we are doing these things. And I'm very happy, Chief Guest, that this is happening and is taking shape. The future of Kenyan universities, especially when it comes to funding, is research. And I'm very happy that the chair of NRF is here. If Kenyan government cannot take research seriously, then the future is not there. And I remember when NRF started through the Commission for University Education, the first budget that was put for research was about 3 billion for Professor Micheka, if you remember. But we were not able to absorb that money. We did not have capacity of Kenyan professors really to absorb that. And over the years, this has gone down. But things have changed, Professor, our chief guest, and we really want you to talk with the government as a chair. I remember 2% of our GDP is supposed to be for research. And if we do that, we have students here, we have researchers here. For us, we are focused to be a research-based entrepreneurial university, and that can only happen if you support us well. I would like, therefore, to urge all of us to embrace this research agenda. It is our duty to give our students the best guidance so that they become great researchers. We can take a leaf from the global trend where members of the academic enhance the capacity of the learners through leading by example. For intellectuals should be seen in everything that we do, including how we guide our students in the usual courses and in the research that we do with them. Moreover, I'm pleased to share that this conference is not only an intellectual endeavor, but also an opportunity for edu-tourism. So what you do, you come here, and I hope my friend from Mas in Uganda, you told me you came with your best self. My friend from Canada, I hope you came with somebody. After this, you go and see Mount Kenya. And all of us. This is what we have done every year. That once we do it, Saturday we go see places. And Meru is rich with many things. If you want the best five in Africa, in terms of the animals, we have them in Meru here, Meru National Park. It's just about, is it 10 or 20 kilometers from here? 15. And we take you there. You want the second, is it tallest or highest mountain in Africa? It is just here. You just go on top of this building, you will also see it here. About 20 what? Kilometers from here. You can also take you there. So, in the last day, we expect our guests really to do what we call tourism. So we do research, do serious things, at the end of it, we go outside there. And for our friends who are coming outside there, this is one of the brands that we are promoting. And especially you from Canada, bring those white people here. They've never been to Africa. You seem to be an African, most likely a Ghanaian. Most likely a Ghanaian. Bring them here. And tell them here, when we go to Meru University, at the end of it, we are going to see the whole thing. And it is something very, very enjoyable. In conclusion, I extend my deepest gratitude to all the organizers, sponsors, and partners who have worked tirelessly to make this event a reality. Your unwavering commitment to research, your unwavering commitment to innovations and sustainable development is an inspiration to us all. May this conference be a catalyst for transformative ideas. Get something. I heard my deputy Professor Charity Gichuki, who is a vet, telling you guys, especially our students and the young academic who are here, I became a professor 2007. I'm now old academically speaking. But one of the best things that have always made me laugh is that, like I heard they are saying there's some mathematician who will be presenting. I'll go there. Let me speak in Kenya. Nitaenda huko, nitakaa, I listen like anybody else. And at the end of it, I'll get something to go and do with my students, write a proposal with that. And that's how people grow. That's how this gentleman here, who is now our senior professor, Gicheka, inspired us in Jomo Kenyatta when we were young people. So my students who are here, and that was about 32, 33 years ago. This guy who speaks like American was his student, first year to fourth year. And today, they are controlling the world. They listened. Those people who are in physics. Remember Galileo? Seated under a tree? And the apples and the oranges are falling? And remember the great formula, F is equal to MA, Wamalo. Mali Toka. Is you have to be somebody who is a serious thinker. Quiet, humble, but a serious thinker. And that's what I want you as my staff, that I'll celebrate you the way Micheka is celebrating us today. It's great, very, very, very happily. Happily. And I want to come back here, maybe 30 years, I'll be 90 years then, and just celebrate you. May God bless you, and thank you, our chair, for really gracing this check. Thank you, our chair of academic, and I wish you all best. Discuss on the next 2 days, and then after that we go for our tourism. Is that okay? Yeah. May God bless you. And with those many remarks, I thank you all. I wish you all the successful and enriching conference ahead. May God bless you. With that, I would like to, you can clap for me if you want. Can we put our hands together? I want to bring Martin Kinoti. I just greet people because the university divided into 2 divisions. We have the administration, finance and planning, and we have the academic and student affairs, and then the research which is inbuilt within academic. And research and academic, in terms of the governance of this university, before we go to our boss, the chair, they are actually managed by the chair of academic revision. So please, I still want my job. Let me come, can you put our hands together, just greet people, and then invite our new chair, Professor Kanya. You don't know him so much because I'm not really he just came at your Met today, but today just say that chair we really welcome. As you wait for the real introduction, may God bless you. Thank you very much, my brother.
Thank you very much, our VC, Professor Biambo. Our chief guest, Professor Micheka, who is also my teacher those days. I think there are very few people that went through these universities that were there earlier, especially. He taught me at the University of Nairobi when I was doing my master's program. And I think a lot of us would say great things about our chief guest today. But I stand here to, number one, express my gratitude that this team has put together a wonderful conference. And I think it is only fair to say that the sky is the limit. Some of you may not know that the council, and probably the chair will allude to that, we are trying to benchmark with the best in the world. We have found who we want to be like in Kenya, we have found who we want to be like in Africa, and we have also found and recorded who we want to be like in the world. And so I think initiatives like this, especially these initiatives that are academically driven, because the key mandate of a university, I think you know there are three, but one of the key ones is teaching and research. And so when things like this happen, then we know our trajectory is forming. And so with those few remarks, I just want to say hello to everybody and to wish everybody well in the 3 days since yesterday. This runs through to tomorrow, and I wish everybody well. With those few remarks, I now have the pleasure to invite my chair, who, like you heard, some of you might know, Professor Kanye is new as chair, so we haven't really, even as a council, had the opportunity to meet him, but I feel like a forerunner. So I now want to take this opportunity to welcome my chair, Professor Kanye, to come and address you. Welcome, Chair.
The chief guest, Dr. Beatrice Magana, Principal Secretary, State Department of Higher Education, Ministry of Education, and who is amply represented by Professor Micheka, who will talk more about him, and he has been discussed. Members of the Meru University of Technology, Science and Technology Council, the Vice Chancellor of Meru University of Science and Technology, Professor Romanas Odhiambo, Vice Chancellors and other representatives from our sister universities, representatives from the National Research Fund, Pan-African Climate Justice Alliance, Cooperative Bank, the Three Steers Hotel, Upper Hotel Institute, Institute of Engineering of Kenya, and African Journal of Science, Technology and Social Sciences, distinguished participants, faculty members, and esteemed researchers. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Good morning. Good morning again. Good morning. It's really a good morning because the weather also seems to favor us on that. It is my privilege to address you as the head of the Council of Meru University of Science and Technology. Our theme, Science in service of the climate action, underscores the critical role that science inquiry and innovation plays in addressing one of the most urgent challenges of our time. At Meru University, we are dedicated to being a beacon of academic excellence, providing transformative education that empowers students to make a global impact. This conference aligns perfectly with our goals, integrating science, research, and education into practical solutions for climate resilience. Climate change impacts every aspect of our lives, and this conference brings together experts from diverse fields to explore comprehensive solutions. Our sub-themes reflect this interdisciplinary approach, mirroring our strategic initiative aimed at fostering a holistic response to climate action or climate change. We strive to be a catalyst for groundbreaking research and innovation. In agriculture and food science, we focus on sustainable agroecological practices, essential for food security and climate resilience. Our strategic plan supports research in climate-smart agriculture, equipping our community with the tools to combat climate-related challenges. Business and economics explore suitable entrepreneurship and carbon credit markets to drive climate-positive business strategies. This shift prioritizes environmental stewardship alongside economic growth, preparing students to lead in a green economy. Ladies and gentlemen, as a bridge between academic and industry, we leverage computing and informatics technologies to adopt to and mitigate climate impacts. Our strategic plan includes cutting-edge programs in computing, ensuring our graduates lead in technological solutions for climate resilience. To nurture an environment where every student thrives, we emphasize education's role in climate change mitigation, training individuals with the necessary skills and understanding social sciences influences behavior changes, developing leaders equipped to tackle climate issues. Our strategic initiatives integrate climate education across all disciplines, fostering environmentally conscious leaders. Engineering and architecture offers suitable solutions for infrastructure and urban environments. Our strategic plan encourages research in eco-friendly building technology. We have a discipline that is health sciences, including nursing, that examines the link between climate change and public health. Addressing health impacts of environment changes requires a proactive approach. Nurses at the forefront of healthcare delivery advocate for sustainable practices and address health issues related to environmental changes. Meru University invests in health science, research, and nursing programs that incorporate climate health, preparing students to meet the challenges. In pure and applied sciences, we explore climate change predictions and nature-based innovations for effective resource management and conservation. Our strategic focus supports research in these areas, ensuring our scientific community contributes to sustainable practices. This conference, ladies and gentlemen, is a platform for sharing knowledge, fostering collaborations, and driving innovations. These are the key three issues which are very critical to this conference. As we engage in these discussions, let us be inspired by expertise gathered here and work towards practical solutions. Meru University's strategic plan aligns with these goals, and we are committed to leading the way in climate resilience through education and research. Ladies and gentlemen, that is my speech. But just before I sit down and invite our chief guest, may I make these observations? One, this is a very, very innovative approach to education, and especially in institutes of higher learning. As it has been said, research is key. And when students engage and professors engage in research, that is the core mandate. And I'm sure this is where we are going. You realize that as we approach in this era, and I am here to say Professor Misheka being our lead expert in academic, those days when we were in universities, life was relatively very easy. Because we had resources, we used to have all the manner of, we were being nurtured very well because the resources were adequate. Unfortunately now, it is not. And we have to bear and meet. And that is one of the things. I'm a scientist also in biology. And we say, you must survive as a living organism. If you don't want to survive, do not adapt to the situation. So, we must adapt to the situation as it is. And I'm happy that this is one of the adaptations we are likely to have. Because the moment we do research and we get grants, our students are able to go and therefore get the necessary degrees. So this is one of the best way to go. I want to say also, and as I invite our chief guest, Professor, I know National Research Fund, they are, of course, you have been very good to the universities, and we request you to ensure that your fund is increased. I remember when I happened to have been a member of the Presidential Working Party on education reforms. And one of the things we requested, and which I hope, given the resources availability, it will be met. The 2%, which had earlier been proposed, if it can be maintained, I'm sure the institutions of higher learning will be able to have some, not enough, but relatively good amount for research. With that, those few remarks, I now wish to invite our chief guest to address us. Professor Misheka.
You know, Chair, I'm just telling you that this university is extremely lucky to have you as the chair, a biologist. I stand here really as a representative reading the speech of Professor Beatrice Uganda Nyangala, who is the Principal Secretary, State Department of Higher Education. She would have really liked to be here herself, but I think as they have been referring to me, I'm a man, she's a madam, so I'm really a Mr. Ratemu Misheka, reading on behalf of Beatrice Nyangala, who is actually out in China, and she said I come here and represent her, talk about her views, and encourage you to do what you do. Mr. Chairman of Council, my good friend James Kanya, members of Council who are here, my very good brother, he didn't tell you what he does, he's a very good innovator on food technology. Meru University staff, the Vice Chancellor, Professor Romanos Odhiambo, a long colleague for years, Madam Eunice Marete, Commission for University Education for being here, colleagues from Barara. Barara, you know, is just on the equator too, like the one we have in Nanyuki. So when you see this man, you see the equator on him too. You know, I saw it in Nanyuki, not here. Yes, it's close. our friends really from Kalahusi, thanks for again coming here. Plus other persons who really have come from out of this place. And I take special note of a colleague from Saraka University. Maybe you stand and wait. If he or she is here, I have some connectivity with that university. But really, I'm representative from National Research Fund on behalf of them, the trustees who are not here. And I do know my CEO will be talking later, Professor Adagala, and Pan-African Climate Justice Alliance, PCA, plus really distinguished members of staff, the council, again I say, plus management. I'd like really to go through her speech very quickly. Then if you allow Chair and the VC, I was supposed to do my paper, but I'll probably combine it to allow for time for you to do the other papers coming through, if that is okay. If not, I'll simply say one or two things and then divert to my original thought. Let me say this, really, good morning all of you. Really welcome to this Mustic 2024 third conference hosted by the Meru University of Science and Technology. It is really an honor for me now, Madam, to join you today as the chief guest of the prestigious event you have been doing through. Your theme today, our theme here, Science in the Service of Climate Action, is not just timely, but crucial as we navigate the complexities of our rapidly changing world. What we are talking about climate change, and in particular in this area, is undoubtedly one of the most pressing challenges of our time now. It comes down to the borders, does not honor discipline, requires a united and a multifaceted approach. This conference, with its very diverse sub-themes, a lot of them: agriculture, business, computing, education, engineering, health, and much more, exemplifies the comprehensive effort needed to actually address climate change. Vice Chancellor, thank you so much for your very kind words, really, and your staff, cohesive, for the very nice words you put on us all through, and realizing that most of the colleagues here are my good friends for years back. Here in Kenya, our government is aware of the vital role that research and higher education plays in addressing climate change. The universities and research institutions are at the forefront in developing innovations, solutions, and fostering the next generation of leaders equipped to tackle the challenges. We think about it, we hear about it, but the challenges are really real today as we talk. I'll just go systematically as she wrote down here: agriculture and food sciences. I divert a bit. When COVID came, the only surviving team of persons who really went through the times were persons who owned hotels and food production. People stayed home. Persons were eating 24/7, those who had money to buy food. Those were the actual persons who survived during that particular time financially. If we were locked in for about a year, you would have thought what could happen. It is those rural farmers in urban areas, who would have survived financially and economically because you had to eat and you had to buy food. Think about it. So food science is really a forefront of this battle. Sustainable ecological practices are essential for building climate resilience. Our farmers, equipped with scientific knowledge that we now give them, can turn the tide against the adverse effects of climate change, ensuring food security, and the future generations can account on that. The Ministry of Education, in collaboration with agricultural institutes in the country, is committed to integrating climate-smart agriculture into our curriculum and research initiatives. And I note with a lot of appreciation the work that's been done, really, funding from National Research Fund on even camel milk, plus other disciplines that National Research Funds here. Productive, and we have given a slot, special slot, for Meru University during our conference coming up in August to showcase what you actually do. Meru University is not as well known It is well known, but not the typical top classes areas that you need touch. So really, promotion on research and what you get, one item only, biology, one item can boost you into the heavens. And I have a statement somewhere in the point where I do later on that research, really, without research, no country can support anybody to do research of their demand. Absolutely no. You can't give your money to develop a compound, a pesticide, worldwide, that can compete the existing ones until within your own country. So really, business must evolve through research, adopting models that not only drive profit, but also contribute to the health of our planet and our people. The government is actively supporting green business practices through incentives and policy frameworks aimed at promoting sustainable economic growth. As for agriculture, business and economics. In computing and informatics, which my VC here, our VC today now was my colleague many years, but I still think he's really one of the finest mathematicians in the country. And greetings from Mupa for the time being, in Buga Mebo, who trained you. Computing provides powerful tools on climate change. I went around this place and looked at the adaptation resilience in this place. You know, you are closer right on the tropics, and the vegetation you have, plus the whole fauna and the flora you have, probably rivals that we find in Ethiopia. So close, follow it through. You are in Bat, Lacha, Karaka, Meru, Tigania, places where you have rare species of plants, live out animals for the time being, and the people are actually heading to medicines. So really, from predictive models, Prof, real-time data analysis present, the data, air quality, air speed, velocity, rainfall for the last 40, 90 years ago should have been started now. To hit 2090, you start now. That really is a major thing. Our universities are developing cutting-edge programs, quite a good number of programs, to harness the technologies, ensuring our students are at the forefront of digital innovation, climate science. We can't outcompete those guys. The present generation is really heavy on computing. On education and research plays a pivotal role in climate change mitigation, and our educational institutions must focus on training individuals with the skills and competencies needed to address climate issues. Social sciences offer insights, we can't leave them out. I'm the chair of the Kenya National Academy of Sciences, but we really make it very clear that even if it is sciences, we bring in social sciences, which offer a very big insight into behavioral changes necessary for sustainable future of our people. The Ministry of Education is dedicated to embedding climate education across all levels of learning, ensuring every student understands their role in combating climate change. Now, engineering and architecture, the architectural designs that we make, the development of sustainable infrastructure and sanitation systems is critical. Innovative designs, technologies that create urban environments that are resilient to climate impacts must be practiced. Our engineering schools countrywide are leading research into sustainable construction practices and green technologies, contributing to the development of climate change resilient cities. I can pause here actually and say that among the best architects that are produced worldwide, the Kenyan architects, don't underrate them. They may be doing certain things different, but we talk about climate change against environmental protection, environmental standards. They do the best, and if you went to any of the cities within the continent, a large number of persons in architecture have done it. The most critical thing, that point that Madame here says is health sciences highlights the intersection of climate change and public Understanding the impact of environmental changes on health allows us to develop responsive strategies that protect and promote community well-being. Your School of Health Sciences can actually pick up this and completely work on it, run with it. My chair said here, use listen, pick a point. The VC said the same thing. Listen, pick a point from such a talk. Pick one, health sciences, find out the impact of change of climate in some places on human health. Kenyan health institutions are conducting vital research on climate-related health risks and developing interventions to safeguard our public health. P1 applied sciences, of which your VC hitherto, contribute to climate change prediction and development of natural-based innovation. These scientific endeavors are crucial in actually managing biological conservation that we have, tradition, and resources management, ensuring that our natural world today, our natural Kenya, can withstand and adapt to the climate change. The universities are pioneering research on this field, advancing our understanding and the capacity to mitigate climate impact. Finally, on nursing, again touches on health. We actually recognize a significant role that health systems play in mitigating the effects of climate change. I was reading a very important book last night written by the Inter-Academic Partnerships Worldwide, where our academy belongs to. We sit as World Academies of Sciences and go through issues, and it's actually about a 200-page document which talks about climate change, the effect, hay fever, places that cannot now withstand any changes on environment. If you mention hay fever, for those people who come from those countries, north, south, far north, and you talk about the weed, I still do weed science and research on the environment, weed science and environment. We were employed to ensure that we get chemical spray on killing a plant called ragweed. Remember, it is actually within the country, but it's not as messy as that one we were dealing with in the northern hemisphere right now. Norway, Sweden, Canada. My friend here can attest to that one. So really the effect of climate change has to be tackled by nurses. Nurses are on the forefront advocating for sustainable practices within their healthcare. The Ministry of Health, in collaboration with the educational institutions, also is strengthening nursing programs to now include climate health, resilience, and those allergies I just mentioned. As we embark on this journey, colleagues, for the next few days that you're here, I encourage you all to engage in meaningful discussions, share your research thoughts, collaboration, innovation, and let us all harness the power of science in education to drive climate change action, build a resilient future for every one of us. I wish you really the best of the sitting. Enjoy the conference, and I'll communicate to Madame that we spoke and that you were extremely attentive. And with those many remarks, I wish to have you inspired and really. Do I open or do I? Open. And I'd like to open this conference to all of you. You know, we academics occasionally represent big assumed people. So I like to talk locally within you, but I really thank the PS would have loved to be here. She is away, and I do know that she would love to know what actually has transpired from Meru University here. I know you are three, Meru, Chuka, and then Taraka Cruz, then Garissa, a consortium of intelligent persons within an area who can actually run this nation. When you look at the biodata on fauna and the flora and survival, nobody will come to do that research other than us. Thank you so much indeed. Now, I have a question. You allow me to do my a very short session. I won't read mine because it's long. Can I? Yes. You agree with me, sir? Yes. Just 2 minutes, really. I won't take long because I thought when I was coming, sorry, I was going to do, you know, I prepared mine separate. then my peers say, let's do it. I did ask, and it really takes preference. My paper really is to say this, that thank you all for joining National Research Fund. Science, climate change is a major concern for everybody. Diseases, colds, like I've gone through the speech of Madame, affect every one of us. We think it's a talk, but a very, very serious one. Inclusion of what we do in the technology part of the world is that we must educate, bring people together. Education, public participation, and public engagement on what we do. You go out and you say that rice, the word RIC, that one is put on. Really, people must go out and educate our persons here. It is just an environmental issue. It is typically an environmental issue, multifaceted, affecting all aspects of life on Earth. I used to work with the United Nations Framework Convention on climate change. We used to meet in Bonn before they joined Bonn, West. Then later on, when they opened now Berlin, the whole place. The problem is this. We argue all through, obviously, which is true. North, South, developing, no development. Factuals, yes. But still, we need to know that our limit of that argument stops someplace. That even if we pollute, let us reach a level where we can contain and not deliver it, but let's do what we can actually do as a people to ensure that our pollution from developing nations is not as mighty as the pollution from the actual countries that are developed. Academic institutions have a really big role to play. And I say this, data and nation data, you know, got attached any scientific innovation program that has come through. It has really to come from a university, but a big research institution. Where I was is where they discovered penicillin, Waxman Institute. And the man there's a big building lab named after that guy. A place called Stanford University. Stanford and this other place, Silicon Valley, relies on each other 24/7. Nobody uniting. Confidentiality of what they do, confidentiality to the university, confidentiality from the university to Silicon Valley lies within those two institutions. So I would have loved one day, Prof, to hear that Meru University, Meru University of Science and Technology here, has got a factory here manufacturing the best of Muguka modified. Muguka modification. that cannot affect human beings, and you talk about most and another captain attached to it. I say this and I repeat, not a nation, not a developed nation to date would come help you synthesize, change a compound that can be of value to human beings worldwide. I always use this compound. I was part of it in its development, which is now in trouble. A herbicide called glyphosate Roundup taught me, trained me. The finances I got actually was part of that. And I was party to doing the researches and other places. One of the most important compounds that ever existed on control of hard to control perennial weeds. You were in my last ones. It is not possible to reveal. The name we were given was a code name to research on it until it came to bear. Then Monsanto, of course, took it, and you now see what happens. And it sold, that compound was alone. The amount of money I think used and sold would have sold the whole of African continent. The most important that people would allowed to use it. So, Prof, university, industry. University, industry. Without which we'll be talk, and we'll come back at same talks. However, talking is good. Talk, discuss, debate. At the end of it, you come with a camel milk that can work. I thank you all and wish you the best of discussion. Thank you. Chair, I hope I didn't take no.
Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, I think our guest of honor, Professor Visheka, deserves a better clap, isn't it? Thank you. Very, very wise words from all the speakers. We truly appreciate. And in the interest of time, our Vice Chancellor now, the DVC, we want to invite you so that we can give our guests some gifts. I'll request the team that is going to assist the VC. The DVC has please come. The academic chair of council, Martin, come on behalf of the council. And I think now the Vice Chancellor, assisted by our team here, we have some few guests, some gifts for our guests. So I'd like you to take over. I'll get you on how to go about it.
Thank you. Our first gift will go to our chief guest, Professor Ratemo Micheka, who is the chair of NRF and also a chancellor of our neighboring university. Thank you very much. Daddy was my employer. He's the one who employed me 30 years ago. Sorry, I made a mistake. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Chair. Okay, you don't sack me.
Really, I think a very nice model, but this is going to the PS, right?
US.
Really, it's all in my name. It's written. May I really thank you all, really.
It's not more than 20,000. You don't have to declare. The chair of council, Professor James Ireri, PhD, our chair of academic committee, Mr. Martin Kinoti, you can hand over the gift.
Thank you.
The next one is going to Lord Abe, my friend from University of Dalhousie, who always teaches for us using the COIL, that is collaborative online integrated learning, and also supervising our students. We are very proud of you. Thank you. Professor Charles Tusabomwe Kasova, I've tried, isn't it? Listen, it will still be given by my boss, Martin Kinoti, who is the chair of academics. I'm happy to hear that I've exceeded expectations. Yeah. I would like to call, Martin, you can now sit. Martin, you can now sit. I would like to call our chair of council, Professor James Ireri Kanya, to come over so that you can give a gift to NRF. For the last 10, 11 years, NRF has always given sponsorship here and also sponsoring so many of our researchers, and we are very happy.
I think you have done actually close to
maybe over 100 million.
Over 100 million.
Yeah,
but
that we have got.
I didn't want to brag on that.
And you have quite a number of scholars here, Professor Remy, Dr. Chege, where is Professor Guyo? Yeah, I mean, there are quite a number, and we can only expect more. Thank you. God bless you. Thank you very much. The others are noting. We'll give them when they come. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, our Vice Chancellor, for leading us in that session. We truly appreciate all the invited guests, and we are looking forward to having more. So at this particular time, VC and guests, we'll humbly request that we just walk out a little bit along the corridor. We do a press briefing, And then after that, we shall take a photo. I think we can take it here before, yeah. And then after that, we shall come back so that now we start the presentation. So our guests, karibuni hapa mbele, we take a photo, and then from there we can go for a presser. I wanted us actually to stand facing this side. If we stand around here, yeah.
So the others can.
The others can actually even be taken as our photographers. Where are you? You can actually set. The photographer will be here. I wanted to first for the background. Yeah. Come closer. Yeah.
One step behind. We are very clear. Who do we look?
That I can never be yours. I see, I've seen that.
So our guests, we can just walk along here. Participants, we shall just take a short health break. Very short health break. Dr. Chege just reads our... Dr. Chege just read them out there.
We can leave it there.
We come back a bit. You want to listen to one speech? Yeah,
Thank you. We are coming back shortly so that we start the presentations.
Yeah.
And
After you.
the session chair, Dr. Chiliswa, you'll be organizing because you are the session chair. Dr. Chege is the rapporteur. And immediately we come back, we shall start with a presentation from Dr. Lobe Adi, and then Professor Remy, and then we shall then follow. So ladies and gentlemen, I think in the meantime, okay, I'm guided that in the meantime we can take some refreshment, a cup of tea. I think it is served in ECB 05. ECA. Maybe those who know the place where we can. ECA. Thank you. I'm being corrected. It's not ECB, but ECA 05. So I will humbly request that we walk there, take a cup of tea, then immediately we come back so that we can now listen to the presentation. When we come, we should be back by 11:30. The session chair will be Dr. Chirismo, and we shall have presentation from Professor Remy, and then we shall also have one from Ronald. Yeah, thank you. And let's actually take a walk, 10 tea, come back.
I think there's a presentation.
Lord Abby, please, the stage is yours.
Yeah, good morning, everyone. This afternoon, but good morning, everyone. And I will stand on established protocol to start my presentation. So, please, can you hear me from out there? Is it okay? All right. Okay. All right. So, my name is Lord Abe, as introduced, and originally from Ghana, West Africa. So I'm a true African. And but I live and work in Canada. I've been away from Africa for a very long time, since 1994 in Britain. Did all my postgraduate studies and everything, and then went to Canada to work there. So I've been away for quite a long time. But I've been coming to Africa, and I work a lot on international projects in Africa. I work in Ethiopia, Tanzania, Uganda. And now I've been in Kenya, and I have connection with Meru. So we recently submitted a global center project, which is worth more than $30 million. So hopefully we get that project, and then we can connect with Meru to do several projects on marine waste. So I'm excited by that, and I'm looking forward to having more connections and more research with the university, and also inviting students to come to my laboratory in Canada to do their masters and PhDs and so on and so forth. So myself, I'm a horticulturist, as has been said, and currently a bit of bio about me. Currently the acting chair of my Department of Plant, Food and Environmental Sciences in Dalhousie University. And I'm still active in my research, and I have about 5 PhD students in my lab. I have about 6 master's students. I have about 4 undergraduate students, and then 2 postgraduate fellows in my lab. So it's fairly a large lab and very international, because I have people from all over the place: Sri Lanka, Canada, India, Nigeria, Ghana, you name it. So it's quite international, and you will see some of them. So not wasting too much of time, I'm very happy that I'm here to talk about climate change impact on agriculture and food security. In February, I was in Morocco, where I gave a talk to about, I think about 500 or so, scientists and students and so on, in a conference organized by International Society for Horticultural Science. And throughout the presentation, there was only two presentations that talk about soil health. 2 presentations. So after I gave my presentation, what I told them is, Africans, let's go back to the basics. We should go back to the fundamentals, the basics. Now you can hear of so many, especially in the developed countries, they're talking about bioeconomy, talking about green economy, talking about organic farming. Africans, we know this, we do this already. It's our traditional way of farming. We do this already, but we allow ourselves new technology from outside to come and tell us that whatever we are doing is obsolete. We should stop. We should use synthetic chemical fertilizers. We should use pesticides, chemical pesticides. We should use synthetic chemical herbicides and so on and so forth. Eventually what happened? We have now lost the fertility of our soils. Our soils are infertile. We have desertification crawling in. We have this climate change, and the cause of the climate change, we did not cause the climate change. It comes from developed worlds, right? Industrialization, heavy equipment, and so on and so forth. But we are those that are suffering. So you can see Africans, food and nutrition security, very poor, right? Food and nutrition insecurity is very high. The health and well-being of the society is also going down. We can see the drought, the flooding, and so on and so forth. Yet, our research, when I was in Morocco for that conference, our research is not tackling what I think we should tackle, which is soil health, the basics. We were looking at digital, looking at drones, and looking at those high tech. With those high tech, collecting data, it's good collecting data, but what about the fundamentals? Those things that we traditionally know, so that we apply our scientific knowledge to it, so that we can have innovations and then development and then build our economy. Because that bioeconomy, bioeconomy that we talk about so much, we do that already. We do that, but now they've given it terminologies and so on and so forth in developed countries, and we are buying it. We think it's a new concept. It's not a new concept. We do that already. So my research in Canada is focused on that. I try to look at the basics. I work on tropical crops as well, and try to look at the basics. So we'll go through some of my works, and then we can discuss if you have any questions for me. I wish I could walk and talk. I do so. Thank you so much. Sorry. So climate change, we all know that it's an environmental threat that adversely affects food security and agricultural productivity. We know the implications. We know that it doesn't only affect food and productivity, but the implication of food and food security, aligns with our health, right? So anything that affects that system also affects the society well-being and health. And according to IPCC, climate change is the primary element impacting agricultural production, which we all talk about and we all know. And 80% of the world's land mass, largely in Africa, I'll show you a map and you see that, are affected by climate change, are impacted by that. And of that, 85% of the world's population are affected. So 80% of the land mass and then 85% of the world population. This is highly significant. And this is something that we continually talk about. Like today, we have talked about that. Yesterday, when the students were giving their presentation, they also mentioned that. So it's a real problem, it's a real challenge. It's happening in Canada, it's happening everywhere. So all this, as I said already, is affect our food production chain, right? So food production, what we eat, what we grow, and it reshapes the society, because it affects our health and well-being. So this is quite a problem. So we can see over the years the incidence and severity of the climate change has also increased. Okay, that's increase is quite significant, and we can see pest problems, we can see disease problems. It's, every year, we see these challenges, we see new pathogens, we see new diseases, and we wonder what's happening, but it's all due to this climate change that we need to tackle. And climate change too, the wet climate. So we talk about temperature, we talk about precipitation, and so on and so forth. This creates abiotic stress effect on the plants. For humans, if you are stressed, maybe the temperature is too high or something, you can walk and then find a shade, find a shelter, get cool, maybe take out your clothes or shower cold water or go swim and so on and so forth to cool your body temperature down. What about plants? Plants don't move, okay? They are sedentary organisms. So they stay back, and as such, they are impacted by abiotic stress, and they have nothing to do. All they can do is to sort of change their metabolic system setting and then adapt to the situation. By adapting to the situation, that's what causes the stress to the plant, and then we have low productivity, low quality foods, etc., etc. And then we don't have to eat, because if the plant is stressed, the plants will not be productive enough for us to eat. So that is a problem. And this climate change too, so we have climate change, we talk about carbon dioxide or GHG emissions, carbon dioxide part of it. So now carbon dioxide in the 90s, where it was about 300 ppm, currently in April, they said it's 427 ppm, which is quite high. 427 ppm is very high. And what's happening is that the plant loves it, because the plant will use the carbon dioxide for photosynthesis, they will produce sugars and so on and so forth. So they love it. So the plant loves it because of high carbon and the CO2. However, because we have high carbohydrate load, it affects the quality of the food, because because if you have high carbohydrate, it means secondary metabolism. As we all know, we have primary metabolism and then secondary metabolism. So you have the primary metabolism, which is for plant growth and development. You have that, then your because there's trade-off between the two, so the secondary metabolism reduces, and therefore the secondary metabolism, these are the the nutrients it accumulates in the plant, and these are the nutrients and all this that we eat, that benefit our health and well-being. So if it's less, it affects us. So what we are seeing now is that the foods that we have when we grow, they have low quality for human consumption, very low quality. Even though they are growing, they are fine. If everything is fine, the rainfall is there, precipitation, everything, they are taking in more carbon dioxide, so second metabolism is low, and therefore the quality is low. So it's affecting our nutrition system too. So it's not only food security, but we have not only food insecurity, but we have nutrition insecurity as well. And this is the reason why. And as I've said already, it's mainly Africa, Asia that are mostly affected. And if you look at this map, you can see the red regions. You can see almost the whole of Africa. And you can see the red, the orange shades, very small, part of North America. And then we have, I think, Botswana and so on. So you can see that the whole of Africa is in red. This is a shame. We have to do something about it. We really have to sit up and think about this situation and help ourselves. As professor, the professor from the chief guest speaker mentioned rightly, we have to help ourselves. Kenyans have to help Kenyans, and Ghanaians have to help Ghanaians. We should not expect World Bank, IMF, Canada, US to come and help Africa. We have done that so long, thought about that so long, sitting, waiting for so long. We need to sit, get up and then do some work. That's what's happening. No one cares about us. No one cares about us. They care about themselves because they also have issues. So if you look at Southern Asia, they have the same problems. The whole of America is not too bad, except maybe this place, Chile and all those places. But if you look at that, look at Canada, look at America, look at Europe, look at Russia area, look at Australia. They are well to do. And we sit down waiting. Why are we waiting for? No one cares. Okay. So, food security as I said is foundation of economic development, social stability, and so forth. And we can see these high numbers. Okay, people suffering from food insecurity is huge in 82 countries, and most of these are African countries, as I've mentioned already. Okay, so this is my lab. This is some of my students. Some have graduated already, and he was my mentor when I first joined the Housing University, and he loves my group, so he's always with me. Okay, so my lab, plant stress and physiology lab. I have two labs. So I have plant stress and physiology lab, and I have compost and biostimulant lab. Now, what we do in our lab, or what I do in my lab, or my research program, is mainly looking at horticultural production system related to human health and well-being. That's my program. So anything I do by way of production, research, whatever, I try to link it to human health. How is it going to benefit human health? So that's what we do. And the focus is on innovative strategies to enhance crop growth and resilience to diverse environmental stresses. And how do I do it? This very simple. Now we've published, so my presentation is coming from 7 of our presentations that I've lined them up here, looking at basic research and as well as applied research. Basic research trying to answer, because sometimes we do research and look at drought, look at compost, look at stress, whatever it is, and the fundamentals, what's actually happening in the plant, right? We need to understand that, because understanding that will inform our progress to development or improvement, innovation. So that's what I try to do here. So my first experiment that I want to share with you is effect of amino acids and pyrogenous acid on intermittent drought in basil. As I said, I work on tropical plants too, and you'll see more of those. So amino acids, we all know amino acids made up of peptides and polypeptides. It can hydrolyze to generate nitrogen, phosphorus, and sulfur, and other compounds that the plant love to use to grow. So amino acids in the literature has been used widely for growing plants. And we have the L and D amino acids, so we need to choose. I think that the L is good for plant growth, not the D. So we look at that in drought stress basil plants. This was done under greenhouse conditions, and we use CRD, completely randomized design, replicated it well and everything. So quickly, this is the physiological analysis that we did, and you can see they are all here. And I talk about amino acids, but I forgot about paragenous acid. Paragenous acid, we call it PA. So if you see, if I mention PA, you should know that that's paragenous acid. Paragenous acid is a complex compound, and it's very simple. When we produce charcoal in Africa, a lot of it. So when we produce the charcoal, when the charcoal is being, the wood biomass is being burned, you can see that a lot of water is generated, liquid is generated, comes out of the charcoal. That is the paragenous acid. We just tap that. So we paralyze tree biomass at a very high temperature, 11,000 degrees Celsius. But in China, and other places, they do it between 500 to 600 degrees Celsius. But we did it at 11,000 degrees Celsius. We don't want to compare. And then the smoke that was coming out, we trapped the smoke, and then we liquefied it, and then we got the paragenous acid, which is also known as wood vinegar. So this was done under limited oxygen too. Now this wood vinegar, we've analyzed it, we've published that paper, it's not part of this, and we've seen that it has very complex compounds, molecules in it. Some of these molecules, most of them are good for plant growth because they can be used as biostimulant. This means that this can be done in Africa because we burn a lot of wood for charcoal. So we can try and trap that and use that as biostimulant. So we did that, and then we used that to sort of assess it, whether we assess it in so many ways. And in this particular one, we assess it whether it can be used to sort of mitigate drought in stress in plants. So we did that. I'm not going to talk about all this because I have limited time. But basically, where we did not have the paragenous acid, the PA, and then we do not have the amino acid, which is the AA, you can see, and then drought. So the 100 FC that you see here is 100 field capacity, 100% field capacity. So regular watering. And then we stress the plant at 30 field capacity. So the plant is really stressed. It's really, really stressed. So the shades are those that were stressed. I just want you to have a feel of how it all looks like. So you can see that where we did not apply anything, you can see so this index is here. It's called marginal photosynthetic capacity. So it has something to do with electron transfer in the plant for photosynthesis. So you can see, and it's also used to measure stress. If it's less than 0.7 or it's around 0.7, it means the plant is really stressed. So you can see where we did not add at all, you can see how stressful the plant is. And then where we apply 0.25% and 5%, you can see that we have 0.79. So the plant is doing well. And then when we are applying higher concentration, we even see that this is telling you, if you look at the green and blue, it's telling us that we did not have to apply high PA to achieve, we did not have to apply high PA concentration for the plant to sort of resume growth at the normal concentrations to mitigate stress in the plant. That's what it's telling us. And you can see, so you compare this leaf chlorophyll fluorescence, also it's a measure of photosynthesis. And again, you can see that at this rate. So all that this is telling you is that we can use PA and then amino acids to mitigate stress, drought stress in plants. And this is common in Africa. We have that resource, but we don't just use it, right? It goes to waste. So let's tap it. So the horticulturists here, and then those interested, let's tap those things because we can use that to grow plants. That's what it is saying. Then we move to the next, okay, so the next plant will be Mexican mint. So Mexican mint, I don't know if we have it here, but it's common in the Caribbean. And it's medicinal, and it's also kind of a drought-tolerant plant somehow. It's succulent plant and so on. So we look at the CCM. CCM is central carbon metabolism. So we want to see, because everybody here, including us here, we metabolize, right? We also have this CCM, central carbon metabolism, kind of a process that we go through. Because we breathe, respiration, we eat, food is digested and all that, so they go through this process. So the process, we have the carbon for plant. We don't have carbon cycle in animals, it's only plant. That's for photosynthesis, related to photosynthesis. So we have in the chloroplast. So we have the carbon cycle, CO2 coming in, being trapped by the leaf, chlorophyll, and so on and so forth, goes through. It generates 3-PGA, which is phosphoglyceric acid. And then after that, it goes through, sugar is generated, it goes through glycolysis, and then in glycolysis, pyruvate is produced, which also goes through another cycle in the mitochondria called TCA, tricarboxylic acid cycle. And then another one, glucose 3-phosphate, also generated in the glycolysis pathway, and then it also goes through PPP, which is pentose phosphate pathway. Okay, all this happens in the plant. So you see a plant sitting there, it's all going through this process, and these processes are not isolated, but they are interlinked. So it goes through from one here, goes through the other, goes through the other, goes through the other, and you have back feed and so on and so forth. It's a process that goes going on all the time to generate energy as we're sitting here, it's going through us and all that. So that's what happens in plants and animals, except that in plants we don't have the photosynthesis pathway. So what this is saying that, all these things, so you need metabolite. Okay, so this is metabolism. So if you have primary metabolism, as I've explained it previously, you have CO2, large CO2 coming in, and you have large primary metabolism, so growth and so on and so forth. Then this process, some of the metabolites needing or necessary for some of these processes, here energy is generated in the mitochondria, then will be lacking. So you see the plant weak, lack of energy, and so on and so forth. So all this go through on in the plant. So these results, we've published this already. If you see, so it's still the Mexican mint. Now, we use heat map to generate this data. And you can see, if you see the red, that's the red portion is the low, and then if you see the dark brown is the medium, and then the green, the light green is the high portion. So here, it means fructose 6-phosphate, for instance, there's high here and then low here. Now, you can see that you have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 boxes there. The box to your right is RW. RW is a plant that were regularly watered. Okay, so some of them, the Mexican mint, we did regular watering. Some of them we did drought. So you have regular watering, you have drought. Then what we did was that the drought one, we rehydrated, because that's what we experience now. Sometimes we experience heavy rainfall. It causes drought, it stresses the plant, and then sometimes all of a sudden the water recedes, and then it behaves like regular watering. And sometimes we can also have drought, extreme drought. So we can have those extremities: flooding, drought, and then intermediate. Or sometimes you have flood and then dehydration. So here, for instance, I don't know if you are following me, but here we have regular watering, drought, and then this rehydration. So this is rehydration after drought, and this is flood, and this is dehydration after flood. So this treatment, flooding, then dehydration where the water recedes, so dehydration after flood, and then drought, and then you have dryness, then rainfall comes in to rehydrate the plant or the soil. So you have rehydration, and this is regular watering all the time. So this is the normal, that's what we want to see. So the boxes here also follows the same trend. So you have regular watering, drought, rehydration, flooding, and then dehydration after flood. And that's what you see all over. And you can see that the color, if you look at the color pattern, you can see how it varies. So this tells you that, actually stress and then fluctuations of stress impact the metabolism of the plant. So that's something that we scientists have to think and know. And then when we are solving a problem, then we know. When we're working with people in engineering, water engineering or irrigation, we tell them, hey, don't stress the plant, because if you stress the plant or if you flood the plant, and then later on you rehydrate or dehydrate, you stress the plant. So the plant doesn't undergo through normal metabolism, but fluctuates. And that's not good for the plant. So we see that in the carbon cycle, we see that fluctuations. We see that in the glycolysis metabolism, so we see that in the pathway as well. And then we see that in the tricarboxylic cycle, IRC cycle, we see that too. So where energy is generated. So if you have this pattern, then the plant suffers, right? So that's what this is telling you. Then again, the same thing, pentose phosphate pathway, you also see those differentials, right? So this is a trouble for the plant. So when we are doing irrigation or whatever it is, we need to have regular watering so that the plant can grow and do very well. Right? Oh, okay, I'll run through it quick. So the next one is responses of some selected. So these are some of these are tropical plants. So again, we know temperature too is an issue. In Canada, temperature is a big issue, and I'm sure it's a big issue everywhere because of the climate change. So you have 10 degrees Celsius, we did planting in growth chamber, 10 degrees Celsius, 22 degrees Celsius, 35 degrees Celsius. And we did different plants, and you can see that they are not the same. They did not respond the same pattern. Some of them did well in under 22 degrees Celsius, and so the green lettuce, for instance, did well 35 degrees. Then we have industrial hemp that did very well under 22 degrees, and then we have tomato that did well under 22 degrees, but not too bad under 35 degrees because they're tropical plants, and so forth. So the plants are responding, and then we have this huge data, but I don't have time much. And so again, the same thing, the way you saw, the picture that you saw, the response that you saw was translated into the physiological response of the plant as well. So again, this is not it's something that we have to think, something that we have to think about. And then we did biochemical analysis to sort of measure the stress response compounds in the plant. And as you can see that the bars, they move up and down. They are all not the same. Again, for the same different plant that we did. And you can see here that the green, the green lettuce really very low in DPPH. This PPH is an antioxidant. It's an antioxidant that allows the plant to sort of combat reactive oxygen species in the plant when they are generated. So you can see that green lettuce at 10 degrees is very low. These ones are responding very well, and so on and so forth. You can see that this for 22 degrees, this for 32 degrees, 35 degrees, and you can see for the total sugar, the total protein, then the POD as well. You can see all the responses varied a lot. So, okay, so I'll just go through this quickly. Then tomato. Now, this is a residual. This is what I want to emphasize. Residual compost effect on plants. Yesterday, one postgraduate student presented on residual manure, which is great. So, if you look at this plant again to drought, look at this tomato plant. These tomato plants were grown in soils that were applied with compost for 5 years. And then we brought some in the greenhouse to test what is in the compost and how has it got anything that will help the plant to withstand drought, because that's compost is my interest. My main research focuses on compost. So if you look at the regular watering, this is a soil that were applied with compost every year for 5 years. So this BI is biennial. This is soil that was applied with compost every 2 years. And this is soil that was not applied with compost for 5 years. So this no compost 5 years, every other year for 5 years, every year for 5 years. So we brought some of the soils to greenhouse to test them. Regular watering you can see. So the residual compost, you can see the effect. So applying compost every year helps. 2 tons of compost per acre. That's what we did for 5 years. And after that, nothing else. And you can see how it's still supporting the plant growth. Biennial is supporting the plant. No compost is supporting plant growth. And then we did water deficit, so drought stress. And if you look at the drought stress, even though you apply drought, you can see that those that you apply compost to the soil for the past 5 years, and the current year there was no compost, you can see how it's supporting the plant growth. It's doing very well. It's very, it's lush and doing good. You can see the biennial after drought is still standing. After drought, you can see this. And then where you don't apply it, you can see the plant wilted. So residual compost in the soil is effective. We need to encourage that. We don't. In Africa, we don't at all. Very sad. We need to do that. Now, we try to sort of water after the drought, water to see the recovery rate. And I don't know if this will play, but I have a short 1 minute. Can I do it? We have the recovery rate, and you can, sorry, I was putting something there, so my hand will be flashing. But you can see that, you can look at the one without compost at all. It's still there. Look at the one, this one has recovered already, you can see. And look at the biennial, and then look at this one. So this tells you that compost helps a lot. Apply compost, and even when you apply, after that, there's still the residual compost in the soil. It's still sitting there. This is because the compost builds the active organic matter content in the soil. The active organic, when you apply first, the compost, when you apply, when you apply initially, the compost then becomes inactive. So it's not, the organic matter is inactive. It takes a while before it becomes active. So the residual compost level makes the compost very active. Okay, let's move on. So again, we did biochemical analysis, and the same way that I have been doing previously, you can tell. So you can see the drought. The drought generated, so this is the DPPH, the antioxidant. So you can see here, the regular watering has the DPPH enough to stand. And then when you look here, you can see the drought. The drought comes in, it builds the DPPH after the drought is in. So it's telling you that these plants are suffering here, especially B, I, and C. You can see C, how the control, how it's suffering. The same thing applies to all of them. Okay, this also, we did hormonal composition to look at some of the hormones in the plant, and then again we have, you can see the differences, just the difference, a lot of it. For instance, if you look at amino, this is it's a precursor of abscisic acid, and abscisic acid is produced when the plant is stressed. And you can see in the, when regular watering, you can see that it's also the precursor is sitting there, but once it's sitting there and slow in the BI and the C, which are quite stressed. And once the drought sets in, they try to produce more. If you look at the percentage, they try to increase in order to help the plant to stand. So, so basically, my conclusion is that climate change is a pressing global issue with profound impacts on food and nutrition security, and it's worldwide. Because of rising temperatures, altering precipitation patterns, and extreme weather conditions, our food and all this is suffering, and also society well-being. To mitigate the effects, adapt to sustainable agricultural practices. To do this, let's go back to basics. Let's think soil health, because the soil health is important. In Africa, our soils are very, very old. We can all see that they are red. They are all loaded in iron. They are very old soil. They are also acidic, quite acidic. So let's build the soil, the soil health by adding more organic matter to it, so that we can have the microbiome also built up to help the plants. We need to do that. Let's think valorization of organic waste. We have a lot of organic waste lying around. Let's see how we can add value to those organic waste. If you go to the marketplace, when we're coming, I was watching, you can see piles of organic matter lying all the way. We can clean up and use those material for composting. We have cows, so we can have the manure and then produce some compost for our soils. So let's think compost. In Canada, US, Britain, they have national compost councils. So the Canadian Compost Council, they fund that tomato research that I told you, they funded for 5 years. I work closely with them. The whole council, America they have it, European Union they have it. And I've given keynote speeches to all of them, including the European counterparts. So compost is really precious. Compost is gold. Let's think about that. And then, because that will help mitigate the drought. We haven't drought. So let's think about improving the soil health to help mitigate drought and help our plants. So thank you very much. That's my
let's clap again for Professor Abi for a wonderful presentation. Now, 3 lucky people who can ask this professor a question. 3 lucky people. You don't have such a kind of caliber. Yes, one. Second one. Second person. There's a second one. The last one. Last one. Yes, please.
Thank you, Prof, for your nice presentation. It was quite captivating, especially I was able to understand everything. But I'm interested in the map that you showed us.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, this map.
Yes, this map, yes. I'm seeing Africa. Much of it is, of course, the red and the very high. But there is part of the northern part where it's quite dry. And we actually are in the middle there, and we are suffering. We are having a lot of the suffering from the climate change. So what? I think that one is it Egypt or up there?
Yeah, Egypt, Morocco.
Yes, up there. So what is it that they are doing different from what we, who are enjoying very good climate here? We are not having such kind of cover.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. So you mean within Africa, right? Within Africa. Yeah, I think if you go to, when I was in Morocco, we visited quite a few places. And, you know, if you, like, screen houses, for instance, we have large. In fact, when I was there, food prices are cheaper than, you know, Ghana, for instance, before I came here. Food prices are quite cheaper there. And if you look at the technology that they are using, I mean, it's quite basic but innovative. You know, they have these greenhouses that is massive, and I think because they also are very close to the Mediterranean and Europe, I would say, they also have good weather compared to ours because they are in the Mediterranean zone, right? Well, if you compare to others, I'll show you red, but because other places they have wars and troubles and all this there, so they have farming. But if you go to Egypt, they are doing something that is very interesting. I had an industry partner from Egypt that we're doing some research with, and they have massive, the government is investing in that. So they have massive, even the military are into agriculture, massive agriculture. So that's also helping. I think that's all, this all helps with the color that we see there, right? So most of these are, you know, are influenced by maybe wars, troubles, and maybe political, you know, decision makings and stuff like that. I think so, yeah.
Hello. Thank you very much, Prof. That was very interesting. As an agronomist, or as we say, plant doctors, I've been touched by the presentation. I've never known that compost is gold. So finally, currently in Kenya, and in Africa at large, the biggest challenge is that every local farmer is trying to run away from what we have been doing. The real agriculture, we are trying to go the commercial way of buying things and applying. And from your research, you did that was very interesting, and kudos to you and your lab. Now, my question is, kindly could you find a way of bringing the research here so that we can be able to do it outside in the real environment? So, because even if it was in the controlled lab, we could see, because here in Meru University we have a principle of research of the current problems. So, for example, the issue of the soils. The farm here, even the farm manager who is seated among us can agree that they are struggling with the soils. Kindly, could you find a way of bringing that, or have you tried it in somewhere on the real soils, not in the controlled environment? Thank you.
Yeah, so so the 5-year research, so thank you for your question. I mean, that's something that, you know, we need to do. So the compost research, the 5-year research were all done in the field. They were all done in the field. And as I've said, in Canada, every county, not even county, every municipality have a compost facility. So the municipal, we have 3 forms of government. We have the municipal government, provincial government, and then we have the federal government. The municipal governments, they have compost facility. Right? So the government itself is interested in composting. So they have composting facility throughout the municipality or throughout the province. You know. And this composting that they do, they have trucks that bring people's waste, right? So the waste are sorted into organic and then inorganic and so on. And then the organic one goes to for composting. So it's tested in the field, it's used in the field to the point that farmers don't even get enough to use, right? So yes, it can be done here. However, before it can be done here, we know the challenges. I've attempted in many places. But again, sometimes they are all lip service, because you go there, try to encourage and push, but if the people themselves are not willing to do, it goes nowhere. You know. When we were in Morocco, I asked whether we have a compost council in any or agency or any business doing composting, you know, in any of the countries that people that have met there. And no one was able to own up that we have compost, you know, organization or something like that. So that's the saddest part. So maybe what we can do, maybe Meru can do, for instance, is to sort of organize and have their own composting facility. They can have vermicomposting, and then you have the composting as well. And if the university will also support, because you need support, without that you can do that. You need workers to tend to the composting, because the compost has to be tended and all that. If you are doing vermicomposting, you need the worms and make sure that the worms are healthy and so on and so forth. Then after that, all this is harvested, and then you have demonstration plots. So my 5-year project was like a demonstration plot. Even though I was doing intensive research, doing basic and applied research at the same time, I had farmers who come to visit the farms, and then we talk about it, we discuss and so on and so forth. Right? So the same way, and also what I did was every year I presented to farmers group. Every year Compost Council would invite me to conferences, so I presented to farmers group. So they knew the work I was doing, and they were somewhere able to collaborate with me for extended work. So Meru can do that. Have a demonstration plot assigned. Have plot that they apply permanent compost every year. Those that they don't apply, different treatment, maybe just straight simple treatment like I did. And then every year students, farmers will come and see. You will see the changes yourself. You walk to the field, you see that this is dark because of compost. This is light. It's not, you know, because it's lack of compost. And you can see the plant growth. You can just see by going there. Within 3 years or 2 years, you see the changes. And then even after long after you've harvested, you see the soils healthy and supporting plant growth without you needing to add any amendment or fertilizer or whatever it is. You know, so I think Meru can do in a small way and try to, you know, do field days where farmers will come and see and so on and so forth. That will encourage. And this is simple commercialization. It's an enterprise. You know, Meru can do and generate money from this simply. just selling healthy compost. Just selling healthy compost. And note, some of this composting that we did, we also did extractions of biostimulant from them. I didn't show it yet, but we did extractions. I have a publication. If you were interested, you can Google just my name and Vase Life. You see compost tea formulated that is supporting flower, Vase Life. You just cut flower, you put it in it, and you see it's extending the life of flower, cut flowers. You see, this is an enterprise, this is a business that someone can do, improve, and then have a business. So you can do a lot. Yeah, thank you. Sorry, I talked too much.
Okay. Thank you, Prof, for that good presentation. I want to take you to slide 13. Yes, looks that your study basically was on, you dealt mostly the C3 plants. There are C3 and C4 plants.
Yes, C3 and C4.
So, have you tried, because now the C4 plants are now the most resilient to the climate change.
Yes.
So, how do you relate to the C3 plants? Because have you tried the C4 to see and how we can now try to increase the level of even the physiology of the C3 plants so that they attain the C4 cranks anatomy.
Yeah,
essentially.
Yeah. So we haven't tried that, but that would be interesting study. We haven't tried that, because as we all know, C4s they are resilient because of their anatomy and physiology. In the day when it's hot and all that, they are shut off. So they try to retain some water in them. If we say C4 plant, think about cactus, for instance. Cactus is a C4 plant. So during the day, no photosynthesis, it's shut off. Then they accumulate the CO2, and at night, then that's when it's used, and so forth, right, for C4 plant. So it has that anatomy that's able to sort of retain, capture more CO2, and because of the some of them, because of circular nature and the hardiness, they're able, and then the structure of their kind of morphology and so forth, they're able to retain. But we haven't yet tried to improve the C3 plant. What we've done to C3 plant to sort of improve, drought mitigation or drought tolerance and so forth is by applying biostimulants. That's what we have done. Yeah, using biostimulants in order to enhance their tolerance to stress. But it's a good thing. It's a good thing.
So just one. This compost, I think what you have studied so far is you're observing what is happening about the soil, the plants.
Yes.
But maybe a soil physicist would be interested in what is really happening down the ground. What is it that the compost is doing so that it becomes resilient, becomes very strong, it's retaining moisture and what have you?
You add compost, it increases, like it shot high, very, very high. And the microbiologist that was on our team told me, very experienced, she works with USDA, very experienced, told me that she has never seen this before. The numbers, she has never seen these numbers before. So it shot up. The annual application also was up, and then we saw the control, which was very down. So it was very distinct, the characteristics. So when you add compost, what compost does to the soil is that, yes, the compost has microbiological, it has a beneficial microbes, because if you take your feedstock, like raw vegetable or kitchen waste and all that, they all have different microbial profiles. Now, when you compost, heat is generated, and then the heat that is generated, fortunately, is able to kill the bad guys, the bad microbes in the compost. And also, there's also competition, and the beneficial ones are able to dominate the bad guys in the compost. So the compost comes out almost sterile and very good for plant growth. And when you add this to the soil, again, we have different enzymes and so forth in the compost. So it also helps to build the enzymatic profile of the soil. We did that too. And also the microbiome profile of the soil. Apart from, and then release the nutrient when the plant is in it. If it has a good structure, it's able to hold moisture, water, and then release it when the plant needs it. You know. So you have all this. And compost, one thing good about compost has a very high buffering capacity, pH buffering capacity. So it's able to balance the acidity of the soil. And most plants will do well between 5.7 to 7.5. pH always, if you, like the one that we added compost every year, the pH was about 7.5, 7.2, which is very, very good, very, very good range for most plants. So compost is able to do that. So again, it's improved the soil health and also the texture, the structure, and other stuff. So it's great. And carbon sequestration, which we are all fighting, is able to hold the carbon, which is the organic matter content in the soil. So compost has everything. It has everything for the plant. It's really great. Yeah.
Let's clap again for Prof. Thank you, Professor Abi, for the presentation, and you said some very good things here. People should mind about the health of the soil, people should mind about our plants being stressed, and we should also mind about the insecurity that we are likely to face in nutrition-wise. Our second presenter is Professor Arini. Professor Arini is a food engineer of Meru University of Science and Technology, and he's also going to enlighten us on some of his research. Please welcome Professor Arini.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much, the chair. As you've been told, my name is Professor Joshua Arini. This afternoon, actually the work I'm presenting is work carried out by one undergraduate student, University College Dublin, where we collaborate with. So you can see the benefits of these collaborations. And the work the student carried in University College Dublin was a comparison of fatty acid profiles of camel milk obtained in Isiolo County and Laikipia County, comparing it with the cow's milk from Irish Frisian cows. There are several members who participated in this work. We had two postgraduate students who took our samples from here to University College Dublin, and they left the samples there and they were analyzed. These are results that I'm presenting. Normally we talk about camels. Most people perhaps they don't know there are various camels species, but normally the main camel we work with here in Kenya is the dromedary camel, which is one-humped, and Kenya being the highest camel milk producer in the world, there are quite a number of opportunities in terms of adding value to camel milk and creating benefits to these pastoralists. The other aspect of camel is that this conference is about climate change. Camel is one of the livestock that is very resilient in terms of climate change, and we are seeing an advancement of camels in the regions that were previously not keeping camels. We are seeing them in Naivasha, in Laikipia County, in Tana, and the other places. In Kenya, normally we have up to 80% of arid and semi-arid regions. So placing it a very good potential country for camels. We use camel for various aspects, but for our work is mainly for milk. When we study camel milk, particularly in Meru University, there are quite a number of reasons. One is the resilience I've talked about. Camel milk is also hypoallergenic. What we mean is you can take camel milk if you are allergic to cow's milk without experiencing any problems. Vitamin C has 5 times compared to cow's milk. This is very important for arid areas where you don't grow vegetables or fruits to the source of vitamin C. And also it's rich in bioactives, lactoferrin, immunoglobulin. And for arid and semi-arid regions, during drought it provides up to 50% source of calories in energy because they have no other source of water, mainly camel milk. It's anti-diabetic and it's good for skin, and also it fetches more at the farm gate compared to cow's milk. The objective of the study was basically to determine the fatty acid profiles of freeze-dried camel milk powder in comparison to cow's milk. The essence of doing this, why we do this, is the fatty acids composition determine how good the fats in our food product are. If you have high levels of unsaturated fatty acids, we prefer that food compared to saturated fatty acids. This is where the milk was sourced, mainly in Laikipia and Isiolo County. In Laikipia, we work with a camel milk processor there, Gamia Milk Suppliers, and in Isiolo, we work with Anole and Tawakal women groups. So we collected 4 camel milk samples were collected, and then they were brought to the university. They were freeze-dried, and then they were moved to University College Dublin in 2023. We did macronutrient analysis, mainly basically moisture, protein, fat, carbohydrates, and the other aspects in terms of macronutrients. And also we did the essence of the work, which was fatty acids. So we did fatty acid methyl esters using a gas chromatographic method. Also you must be aware of that. And then this is the key findings in terms of fatty acid profiles. What we have is we have what we are calling short chain fatty acids, medium chain fatty acids, and long chain fatty acids, and very long fatty acids. With short chain fatty acids, we are talking between 4 and 8 carbons. With medium, we are talking about 9 to 14. Long is 16 to 20, and very long above that. We can see the camel milk we sourced from Isiolo, the one from Laikipia, and the cow milk. From this, you can see you can't see the blue bar on the camel milk, meaning there's absence of very short chain fatty acids. And you can see there's a long chain fatty acids, which is green, but cow's milk has a higher medium chain fatty acids compared to camel milk. In terms of short chain fatty acids, I've said again, camel milk, mainly you see here we are having short chain is 4 carbons, 6 carbons, and 8 carbons. You can see in camel milk we are missing the 4 carbon chain fatty acids, but we have high cow's milk, and also we have 6 carbon and 8 carbon. In terms of saturation, which is very important, we prefer products that have very high unsaturated fatty acids. This is the orange part. Camel milk has higher unsaturated fatty acids compared to cow's milk that was sourced there. So making it a more healthier option compared to cow's milk. And in terms of levels of omega-3 and omega-6 fatty acids, we prefer more omega-3 fatty acids because it has various health benefits. We can see that compared to cow's milk, the camel milk that was sourced both in Isiolo and in Laikipia, we have higher levels of omega-6 and omega-3 compared to cow's milk. So in terms of conclusion, what we found from this study is camel milk powders contain higher levels of monounsaturated fatty acids, what we call MUFAs, and also polyunsaturated fatty acids compared to cow milk. And the ratios of polyunsaturated fatty acids to saturated fatty acids in camel milk was better. And the short chain fatty acids, particularly butyric acid, in camel milk was absent compared to contributing to up to 30% in cow's milk. I wish to acknowledge various bodies, National Research Fund for funding, Lamio Milk suppliers, and the other countries that we work with. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Rimi. You know the drill. Three lucky people to ask a professor questions. First, second, and then we'll go this side. We might be having some more minutes at the end where we can ask questions that were not asked. So please.
Thank you, Prof, for the presentation on camel milk. I speak as someone who has used camel milk because of allergies in children. And doctors recommend this milk for the children and also for the breastfeeding mothers, because when you're breastfeeding, the child also takes the milk from you. So if you're taking cow milk and the child is allergic, then they will get the cow milk. So the doctors recommend that you take the camel milk. So the problem that I experience mostly, even for the children and for myself, is the taste. No, the smell. The camel milk is tasty, yes, but it is very uncomfortable with the smell. Even when you use it to cook tea, you feel like the smell is a bit different. And if you're used to the cow milk, you cannot stand the tea that is made using the camel milk. Is there anything that you've done in research that can be able to counter that, so that at least those of us who try to appreciate the camel milk can be able to use it? Thank you.
And the taste too.
Thank you again for that question. Yes. If you have done something, yes, in terms of flavoring it so that you overcome that smell and taste. However, we face challenges in the market. Those real consumers of camel milk, in food, there is what we call characteristic taste or characteristic flavor. If they miss that characteristic flavor, then those are real consumers, they doubt the product. So to counter that, to solve that problem, we have several types of milk. The one that's flavored, not flavored, so that it caters for the various consumers, because it's a market niche. Many might ask, why does that taste come about? Many very strong salt taste, and sometimes the smell is because of the herbs that the camels consume, mainly because those regions are very high salt concentrations in the soil, which is taken up by the crops, by the shrubs that camels consume, and this is transferred to the milk for the salty taste. But technologically, yes, we can solve the problem, catering for different market niches. Yes, thank you.
Thank you, Prof, for the good presentation. Ordinarily, before we consume milk, we usually boil it. And you've said camel milk has got better fatty acids than the cow milk. How do they compare after you've boiled the milk?
Thank you very much. I must own up. I've not analyzed before and after, but with this milk, it was not pasteurized before freeze drying. It was not pasteurized. It would be interesting to see, but from scientific concepts, if you're able to homogenize it and have the milk with the fatty acids in it, you might lose the volatile ones, but the composition might remain mostly the same. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Prof. When you mentioned about camels, what came to my mind was my county, Turkana, and I've seen you did something in Siona and Ethiopia. I would appreciate if you can give a rationale why you didn't maybe had Turkana and this cohort, because there are a lot of camels. And I've seen camels here in Meru, and I've seen that you chose to do powdered milk analysis compared to the fresh. What was the rationale why you chose powdered and the fresh one?
Thank you very much. Why the rationale of the counties, the key thing is the logistics in terms. But going forward, actually, we are sourcing milk from various counties to see the composition of the milk. I know we are getting also from Marsabit at the moment and other counties to see the profile, and we have done some work on that. Why we work with the pounder? This is specific. You can do various powders. You can do spray-dried or freeze-dried. Freeze-dried powder is, or freeze-dried process is considered one of the best processes to retain most of the active compounds in any product that you are preserving through that method. So that's why specifically we studied freeze-dried, because it is an expensive process, but it gives product with the highest quality in terms of composition, nutrients, phytochemicals, and all the other components. Thank you.
Thank you. My answer, attempt to answer my colleague or PI may be biased, but let me try. In terms of the smell, first of all, the smell can be real or perceived. Why I'm saying that is when you look at the camel, non-traditional keepers of camel, the pro-consumers also have perception. A big one. That is by the way. But traditionally, we do what is not very popular with non-traditional camel milk users called smoking. That eliminates the smell, but Professor will explain that this is as a result of the kind of the shrubs they consume. And some of the food products we take probably have much stronger smell, and that is why I'm linking it a bit to perception and then for non-traditional users. However, a small also traditional treatment is the smell tends to reduce with the time when the milk stays overnight. And I tell you when try that. You get it from Isiolo that day, check the smell, let it sleep over in the fridge. In the morning, prepare with see whether the smell lasts. That science I don't know from business background. But traditionally we know, even when we milk camel, we give it the milk, we as we consume direct. Prof said we must boil them. But for the young children, our own children, in the pastoralist communities, we prefer giving them the milk that's left overnight in the container, so that they don't get that feel of a strong smell in their nose. So that you could try that, but it's a wonderful product.
Please, Prof, respond to that. I know this is a topic that has many
I think it's eliciting a lot of interest. Don't be afraid. Maybe we can talk after this, or you can email me. There is no harm. It's one of the key research areas we are concentrating on. And your feedback, actually, every other time it helps us to improve as we approach this work. Yes.
I think you should allow us to have the third presentation. Any questions that are pending, we will try and have 5 minutes, and we'll answer them in one round. Please, if you allow us. Thank you, Prof. Arimi, for this. You see what research does. It generates interest, and indeed, Prof. Arimi has managed to generate interest that we are even talking about the smell and the taste of foods and the drinks we take, and this is very good for our own learning and also change of diets perhaps, because most of us drink cow milk, the camel milk, we don't see it. So, Prof. Arimi, this is your challenge. Make more of us take the camel milk. Let's put hands together again to clap for Professor Arimi for a wonderful presentation. Thank you. Our second presenter is Dr. Kubaison, our director for Tibet. Please, Dr. Kubaison, the stage is yours.
So, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Let me have this.
Good afternoon to you all. So, this is Kubaison. I have a very short presentation. I hope you bear with me, because this is an area of environment and especially conservation. My background is in business, but because I'm working in a community, a CBO, I've decided to bring some of the miracles that happen when people work, especially in conservation of environment. And this focused on restoring our wetlands. Now, this, we say that Meru is actually one of the most forested counties in this country. But the changing weather patterns have caused some problems in our area, in Meru, where it is forested. There's the northern part of Meru that is experiencing quite strained rains, and the weather patterns there have shown that really people have gone without a lot of food. Remember, Meru is known for producing a lot of food. So why there's a problem is because conflicts have arisen time and again because of sharing of resources and especially water. When people upstream, for example, want to use this resource to benefit themselves or for their livelihoods, the people downstream must suffer. This is something that happens in many places. So those who use water resource in a manner that infringe on the right of others, by deriving benefits from the rivers, make other people suffer, and this is something that we all know. In 2012, a group of 140 members, community members from my village, formed a community-based organization after we looked at the forest that's near our place, where merchants, timber merchants, and completely destroyed our forest. It's an hill that is known as Keiga Forest or Keiga Hill, where we grow trees and where we get our water that we use in most of the areas between Beo and Nkomo. Nkomo comes up to this region. So the tree cover had been reduced to less than 30%, and you could, there was a huge a cry from members of community, and that's why this group was formed. The Forest Conservation Group that we formed partnered with the Kenya Forest Services that I believe helped in destroying that forest. I say they helped destroying the forest because timber merchants were benefiting, and they were making millions of shillings out of that woodland. Now, our group members were allowed to partner with the Kenya Forest Services after registering this group in 2012. Then, in exchange for in the conservation efforts, we agreed that we need to allow community members to collect firewood in the forest. Then there would be controlled grazing, and then we also allowed some
farming activity in areas where we could be able to farm. Now we were also allowed to carry out another activity, beekeeping activity in the forest. You can see this is in the forest where we established beekeeping activities, and several, this forest people could still, we were able to make a lot of money using these beehives that are in this forest. Then in 2015, this when Upper Tana contracted a company known as Principles Style Company for a 3-year contract to help us restore. So they partnered with the community, this group. Now the project was to establish indigenous tree nurseries, nurturing seedlings and protecting a assigned part of the forest, because this CBO was going to restore the tree cover in an area of 42 hectares. Then in 2020, Kenya Trust was contracted to develop another station, again partnered with this group called Keiga Conservation Group. Another area that they were given was covered with the shrubs, so the trees had disappeared. As I said, we destroyed the trees, and therefore we were getting it very difficult even to get drinking water that time. So another group that was also another company that came is an NGO known as Eden, which was also again contracted by Kenya Forest Services and partners. So between 2012 and today, we have 3 donors or partners that we have partnered with in this project. Now, this is one of the, just to show you one of the group that we partnered with from 2015. Was handling, or we were planting trees within an area of 42 hectares. Now, the study was focused on looking at 2 important areas, factors that enable restoration of wetlands, and also, the factors that also inhibit, those that enable us to restore the wetlands and factors that inhibit. And this was based on an interview of focus group discussion FGD that I carried out among group members through face-to-face interview, and they used 65 members to respond to a number of questions in the interview schedule that I had. Then I also used observation method because, as I am saying, I'm part of the group that was doing this work. Now, key observations that we have so far that we can report to you members is that this group is continuously involved in establishing indigenous tree nurseries, nurturing seedlings to a certain level, protecting that the assigned part of forest, and this time they have been assigned in 3 parts. So we have covered more than 200 hectares so far. The forest is now over 90% tree covered in those areas that we were assigned from 2012. Now there are 2 types of wetlands that have been restored. Now initially what happened is it was very difficult even to get clean drinking water. Now there are 2 important rivers that we were focusing on, and one of them is Kondi Nananto, which actually and almost dry, and it is one of the major rivers that runs all the way to Tharaka side. So the intention was to restore that one, and we were helped through the Upper Tana agency of the government. That is what we were focused on. Now, one of the activities that we have used to restore water in this forest is concentrating on planting bamboo tree. It is one of the areas that, one of the trees that have really helped us in making sure that the spring, because we have managed to restore 1 spring, and 1 river has also, the water level has gone quite up, and we are happy about that. Enablers of wetlands, we have said, one of the things that we have seen in the restoration efforts is that there is the perceived benefits of the local, to the local community, now we have a lot of water that is available to our people. Our people are also getting feed for their animals from the forest now. And we are also able to control plants because we normally, this group has always been having training meetings with the donor and also the Kenya Forest Service on how to conserve the water, and as well as making sure that we are able to control flooding. Remember, a few months ago you saw how flooding really ravaged our country. So in our place we have been making a lot of effort in making sure that we are able to control flooding so that it doesn't destroy, especially our farms. Again, we have seen a lot of animals come back, and whether creeping or walking animals have come back into this wonderland, and it is something that we are very proud of. Now, the watering points, when I conducted research and questions on the focus group people or the members, they are saying that watering points have been restored. We have about 4 or 5 watering points that are now restored, and therefore it means that animals can now survive, those who live in this forest, and those that are also we keep outside the forest. Then domestic water supply, we have 2 major water supplies. These water supplies, before we started this conservation effort, actually we had the taps in our homes, we had the pipes running from that forest where the water source is to our homes, and these pipes had no water. Nowadays we have a lot of water, and we have been able to make sure that this water is also protected by using or controlling the use of this water, so that again it is able to be used for domestic, for these agricultural farms or gardens that we can be able to establish near homes, and also some horticultural production on a small scale. Then we have also seen that according to these members, they are feeling that research and education can be carried out in this region on the especially trees. Remember, we are using, or we concentrate mostly on indigenous trees. The members or the companies that we have worked with normally have a preference for indigenous trees. And some of these indigenous trees are medicinal, or they have medicinal values that can be extracted from the trees. Recreational and aesthetic sites, and bird watching and hunting, and other benefits that can be found after the restoration of this thing. There is also a lot of government and community partnership. Actually, the three groups that we have worked with have co-partnered with us as an effort on this government community partnership. And the message is that this is one of the spring that was restored. For many years, you can see that bamboo trees are next there, showing that they are really good at making sure that we have water, or we are able to restore water. Now, in Levitas, what we found, according to the members, there's a lot of encroachment for settlement and agriculture in most of these areas. Now, if you go to our place, the rivers that because we have 2 major rivers, the major problem we have is encroachment. Because even when we wanted to plant these bamboo trees, they could not grow along the riverbanks. And as I have shown, the riverbanks can help a lot if they have bamboo trees planted along them. They can help a lot to restore water control, even pollution. Now, exploitation of wetland, I mentioned that, and then there's also pollution. There's something that was noted by members is that there's a weak enforcement of conservation and the wetland restoration policies. The policies that exist, and this is why there was a lot of distraction during that time, is because the policies are there, but there's a problem in the enforcement. And so the community members feel that there is a need to make sure that the government is very keen on enforcing the regulations concerning
restoring these areas. Their consumption of water, this is a recommendation, but before I conclude with the recommendation, we have noted that this region, especially the upper part, is still very, very dry. There's an hill around here. There are other places where, if they are restored through this tree planting, we believe that we could get more water even for our people around this region. So this is a success story from my group, a group that I am a member of, but which I feel that can be taken to other areas. The point is, it is important to collaborate, use the communities to restore these wetlands, because without doing that, climate change is going to adversely deal with us, and that's not what we want as a country. So, construction of water plants by local CBOs. Now, what we don't have is adequate resources to make sure that we have those water plants. The government talks about doing these things for us, but we are still talking to them so that we can establish a few around this region so that we can be able to have more water. Encourage appropriate and sustainable land use. Again, here we will need a university like this one or scholars to help in ensuring that people understand how to make good use of the land that we have, including the water. The water that runs around this place. Promote water and soil conservation, as I mentioned, and then reclamation of riverbanks. Through this, one of the major problems that we saw in this project, because if we are not able to reclaim riverbanks, which have been enclosed by our community members, we will be in a lot of trouble. So the message of this study is that wherever you come from and probably you're experiencing water problems, we can use technologies, or we can use members of the community, because we were able to restore both the forestation and restoring these wetlands due to the collaboration, partnership between us and the government. Number two, the government has been supporting, these NGOs have been supporting our people, because 65 members have been earning money from this project. So community around can earn their livelihood or part of it through these projects. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you, Professor Bison. Now it is 1:15. We just want to use 5 minutes so that we go for lunch, because the afternoon session begins exactly at 2, and we don't want to delay, especially people who are joining us online. There are presenters who are going to join us online. So we have only 5 minutes to carry on all those questions that people had, and please be brief. We use less than 20 seconds to ask your question. Where is the mic, please? Let's begin from here. And you're asking like the 3 of them. They will respond, beginning with the Bison.
Thank you, Chair. Mine is to Professor Remy. Earlier he indicated that this camel milk is very useful, or has got some benefits to those who have got diabetes. I would want to hear his comments about this, because currently we know non-communicable diseases are really increasing, and diabetes is one of them. Thank you.
Thank you, Prof. Yes. Regarding camel milk and diabetes, it's well established both scientifically and empirical data, particularly incidences of prediabetes. Camel milk, don't want to go into chemistry on this, it's a compound, insulin-like compound in camel milk, that if you are at prediabetic state that you start taking camel milk, you can reverse the aspect of levels in blood sugar, and actually you can reverse completely. And there is published quite enormous work that there's patients who are diabetic and who are using insulin to manage their blood sugar, and they take camel milk and they reverse condition. So it's well established scientifically. It's not mineral empirical, it's very established. And we know one country that has very high rates of diabetes is India. And these studies have been carried quite well in India and successfully establishing the findings. I know there is an hospital here in Kenya trying to follow up with similar studies, but locally we don't have publications regarding that. But it's because of the compounds that are in the milk. Thank you.
Then I had a question also for Professor Remy. Now that you compare camel milk with cow's milk, have you done the same with the goat milk? Because I understand there are so many goats also in Isiolo and Laikipia. And then I hear goat milk also increases immunity to those guys with HIV. Is it true or is it just hearsay? The last one now is about all the way from high school where I studied agriculture. I've never heard of sheep milk. Is there anything of the sort?
Okay, thank you, Ramara. Let's start with the last one. Sheep milk is there. It's actually very high in solids and all that. But what you have said is almost true. We have tried to carry out undergraduate project with sheep milk. We have looked for milk within Meru and Laikipia. We can't get a farmer to supply us, but we hear about it and we have publications about it. And I know maybe there are members who have consumed sheep milk. What I can highlight is maybe the production is too little, that it's not, if they get a half and glass, it's not possible to distribute it to somebody else, but there is. It is there. And it's very good, particularly for products like yogurt. Sheep milk is very good. It makes very good viscous yogurt. Regarding goats and camel milk, in terms of comparison, still camel milk stands higher in superiority in terms of immunity because of various antimicrobials it has and antiviral compounds. And that's why the locals and the real consumers of camel milk, they consume it fresh without being boiled. And we are seeing it also spreading now. In the EU market, they supply camel milk in frozen state. Why it's very difficult here to supply it that way is the hygienic status. But if you can milk it very hygienically and freeze it straight away, you derive more benefits in terms of boosting immunity compared to once you boil it or you pasteurize it. Compared to goat milk, still I state that yes, and let's be very clear, is it goats that are fed with shrubs or goats that are fed with concentrates? If you're talking about goats fed with shrubs, yes, because it's deriving benefit from these shrubs, which are also eventually transformed to milk and offer immunity basis. But camel milk is superior compared to goat milk. Thank you.
Yes, my question goes to Professor Remy about the camel milk. One of your slides, you say that the milk source from Laikipia was having higher omega-3 than the milk source from Isiolo. Can you explain the difference?
Thank you very much. Yes, in the starting I said this work was carried by undergraduate students. We are still building data to conclusively. But what I can say, depending on the nutrition, you can alter the composition of the milk. So what you are seeing, if we confirm the findings to be true, it will be contributed towards the camel's feed oil, the nutrition. Thank you.
My question goes to Professor Lloyd Abbey. he talked about vinegar. Yes, I'm curious. You talked about vinegar from wood charcoal, and that vinegar has very important beneficial compounds that would benefit plants. In Africa, we do a lot of wood charcoal, but burning of charcoal or wood is also detrimental to the environment. I thought this is counterproductive and wouldn't be encouraged. Is there a way that we could get vinegar without actually affecting the environment negatively? Thank you.
Thank you for your question. I've been also thinking about that because when I started doing research, I was one of the first researchers who started working on wood vinegar or paragenous acid in Canada. And in 2016-17, before it became very popular. So most industries will call me and ask so many questions, including industries in Silicon Valley who are interested in producing some pharmaceutical product for me. So it's, yeah, I've been thinking about that because if you look at the source of the feedstock, which is wood biomass or forest biomass, right? But if you think about it, it's biomass. We have a lot of sawdust around. So there's that possibility of generating from sawdust. Some researchers in, I think, Japan or China, they've done it in using compost even. So the feedstock can be any source, any biomass. It could be even animal source. So yeah.
Thank you. My question is to Professor Abi also. You said that for the compost you applied for 5 years, 2 years, and then there's place where you didn't apply. Does it mean for these 5 years, are we not going to be using that piece of land? Or if you are going to use it, does it still have the same results? And also then my second question to Professor Rin is that if these camels, you are keeping them in traditional camel keepers areas where they don't have these shrubs and the heat, is this milk going to still retain the same qualities? Thank you.
Okay, yeah. Thank you for your question. So, no, you don't stop planting on it. So, so we have 3 treatments. One is every year. So every year we apply about 2 tons of compost per acre of compost to it. And we continuously plant every year. The biennial one where we apply every other year, we plant every year. So throughout the 5 years we've been doing planting for all the soil treatments. We've been doing planting.
Thank you, members. Now we have to go for lunch. I want to ask that we direct our questions. We've seen the presenters. It will be good that you catch them during lunch and ask all those burning questions. Let's clap again for our presenters, and we thank you for your patience and engagement. This certainly seems to have been a very enlightening, illuminating presentations that the audience has engaged. There are many questions. Up to now, people still want to ask. If we allow, we'll be here up to 2. So I give this back to our registrar, who will give us our logistics on how to move again.
Thank you very much, the session chair. Let us give the session chair a clap, and also the rapporteur, and then even a heavier clap for our presenters. Thank you. Many questions are coming up. Really a very interactive session. So right now we want to take a lunch break. We are going to break for lunch. Then later on we are actually going again to come to our various rooms. I'm very sure we have the program, and we have presentation in Theatre 1. The chair of session, please organize so that after lunch we can all of us be in our respective venues. We also have presentation in Theatre 2. We shall also have presentation here in Theatre 3, and then also in Theatre 4, so that we can now go as per the program. Otherwise, I'm very grateful, the VC, the visitors, truly we are happy. So after lunch, we are now going to go to the various areas of specialization. Our chair of council, Lily, also a scholar, we are grateful that you found time to be with us. Otherwise, we are not ending. We are only saying now, after this, we shall now go to the various areas of specialization so that we can continue with our presentation. They will continue today, tomorrow, and then, as the VC said, we shall actually conclude with a tour. So we are actually going to later on give the logistics on how that will be done. So for the time being, I want to give the direction on how we are going to take lunch. All presenters, your meal cards are in your bag. If you check inside your bag, you actually find the meal card. All the presenters. Our guests, all our guests, we are going to take lunch in the Innovation Center. We were there in the morning. Those who had not arrived, we are going to show you where the Innovation Center is. All our guests, they will also be accompanied by the deans of schools. They will also be accompanied by the directors of institutes and other directors. Please, you'll accompany our guests in the Innovation Center. We shall also have all the professors of the university. Please, we are going to take lunch with the visitors in the Innovation Center. So, at this particular time, Professor Omamo, I don't know whether there are details that have not. Yeah, I'm also reminded that the session chairs and the rapporteurs will also be with us in the Innovation Center. The session chairs, please, and also the rapporteurs join us in the Innovation Center. So with that, I will request Dr. Amos Chege to come forward. You just make a prayer for lunch so that we can take a break. And then we are actually going to take about 1 hour. So by around 2:20, 2:30, we should actually be settled for the afternoon session, whereby we are going out to the breakout rooms. Dr. Chege, please.
Let us pray. Almighty God, we thank you for the sessions that we've had since morning. We thank you for the insights that you're gaining from the research presentations. And now as we break to have a meal together, we ask you to sanctify and bless it. For it's in Jesus' name we pray. Amen. Bless it. So the venue for lunch is at the cafeteria for the other members. Secretariat. The venue is safe, you can leave your
Yes, you are ready. Please proceed.
Okay, thank you very much. Everyone. I will not respond to anyone hearing me.
Yes, we can hear you, Doc.
Okay, thank you, and I want to thank management of the Meru University of Science and Technology and the team that has put this together, and also for having invited me to make this presentation. I would have wished to be physically there, and then it became a bit difficult for us in terms of logistics and the timing. So I chose to give this presentation online, but and then after that we could engage further and take any questions and guide us as required. Now, as alluded to, it was to start at 2. Actually, I have a meeting starting at 3 p.m., which is just in a few minutes, but it looks like I'll have to overrun that meeting as well. But I'll try to be very brief, and I'm going to speak about regulatory interventions in ICTs for climate action. And this is a very important area for this seminar, whose theme is focusing on science for climate action, I believe. So if you allow me, take about 15 minutes to go through the presentation, and then we can go into a question and answer session, a brief one, before I proceed. If that is okay, I can start my presentation. I believe I still have the audience.
Yes, you are.
Okay, then we can continue. So I hope you have seen my screen. So I'm Clifford Mugeni, and I'm Deputy Director of Plans and Enforcement at Communications Authority of Kenya. Previously, I served in the same position in Research, Innovation and Knowledge Management. And I think it's this basis that I've interacted with the Meru University marketing around curriculum review and other issues, bit of competition and this kind of thing. So I hold a PhD in IT and published in international reference journals. I have a lot of interest in marketing ICTs and over 30 years experience in ICT policy and regulation and Commonwealth Professional Scholarship Fellow. I'm a member of the International Communication Union Expert Group on ICT indicators, and also a member of the IEEE and SCM association working. So I'm going to give you a very brief presentation on this topic, but under 4 thematic or under 4 headlines, I look at the overview and mandate of the authority and what is our strategic focus in relation to ICTs and climate change or climate action. And I look at ICT sector statistics, and the rationale behind this includes the fact that ICT is a major contributor to greenhouse gas and global warming. And then I also look at actually how ICT both contributes to global warming and can also be used to kind of mitigate global warming. And then eventually I think aspect of ICT of climate. Just to give you a perspective of the authority, the Communication Authority of Kenya, established in 1999 under the Kenya Information and Communication Act of 1990 as a regulatory body in the ICT sector. And the mandate of the authority covers broad sectors of ICT, including broadcasting, mass media, telecom, e-commerce, control and focus policies. It also coordinates activities around national computer incident response, as well as the number of resources that we have, the equipment we use for telephone numbering, for postal numbering. We also assign request systems and also oversee the function the Universal Access Fund, which is responsible for looking out ICTs and structure to hard-reach areas. So having said that, clear about mandate covering about 6 broad areas, telecoms and broadcasting, postal areas, from numbering and competition management, cyber security and consumer protection, to standards, type of people and electronic commerce, then lastly managing the USA. I can hear a lot of noise in the background, but I hope you guys are getting it. So I think the strategic compass, and the reason for this is so that we align it with issues around ICTs and climate action. And our mission is to have everybody access digital services, and that is digital access for all. And we do this through an enabling and sustainable digital society through responsive regulation. We have four objectives for our current strategic plan. One is to promote meaningful connectivity to ICT services. 2 is to empower and protect consumers of ICT services. And 3 is to foster competitive ICT markets and emerging technologies. And then lastly, the first area is to enhance organizational efficiency and effectiveness. All these, they have so much close relationship and climate action, because when we connect people to ICT, they employ the use of ICT devices, employ power sources, and all these contribute to greenhouse. Similarly, in terms of connecting consumers of these services, some of the complaints we receive around quality of equipment to provide, ability of those equipment, and this goes further to speak on climate action. This current competitive markets, emerging technologies, and how emerging technologies come in to get effects of carbon emissions. And then you are looking around enhancing efficiency, adoption of green ICT initiatives, and the other side. So we are guided by 5 core values, and people are now the data of it, so it's common for organization. It is around integrity, innovation, and excellence, and inclusion. So just put this to in perspective, as look at key ICT statistics as at March 2024. This is the 3rd quarter of this financial year. So we release ICT statistics every quarter, and these are used broadly to first kind of guide potential investors in the country, but also to guide government in terms of policy making. But the other ones are not to do with climate action, because for example, we talk about mobile subscription, and we have an increasing number of people going online and acquiring mobile devices. Then you may expect that equally you have a growth in terms of greenhouse emissions, and something must be done around this. So as at March this year, which is the latest report we have released, and it's available on the website of the Communication Authority of Kenya, we had about 68 million mobile subscriptions, and this will count SIM cards. You find that the population of the country right now is 50,000 million, but the number of mobile SIM cards is attributed much to ownership. You find somebody 3, 4 SIM cards. So machine-to-machine subscription is a case where you have a connection between the two machines or two devices without human intervention. You use a SIM card for identification, or you use online addressing. Connect the two machines or devices, and then they can communicate without human intervention. The number is growing, but now 1.6 million devices or subscriptions. The last quarter we had around 1.5. So that would be an increase of almost 100,000 more devices every 3 months. In terms of mobile money subscriptions, again, the number is growing. Internet subscription is about the total population of the country. So what it means that maybe the number of people have more than one subscription to an internet service provider. And of these broadband subscriptions are around 37 million, and we define broadband subscriptions as those that provide more than 2 megabits per second connectivity. We now have more than 7 cables running the coast of Mombasa, providing a total bandwidth of more than 20 terabytes, but we utilize just about half of that. We have statistics around 3G, that is the third generation GSM connectivity, which is nearly 100% by population coverage. But if you go to geographical coverage, that is slightly less. The reason being that most people are found in urban areas. Very soon we shall start giving statistics for 5G population coverage, because already the operators in the country are rolling out those sectors. That's both Safaricom and Airtel. So we can't say it's insignificant. For now, it may be between 10% and 15% of the population coverage. It's going to grow. Sorry for that. An interesting feature also, which you guys should take note of in terms of greenhouse emissions, that the number of smartphones is growing, and I think the last 2 quarters, the number of smartphones in the country overtook feature phones, and it's growing. The KE domains now about 108,000 numbers. These are the websites that end with KE, and the encouragement is that we have it for moving to that, the forms and other domains. In terms of correspondences, one might ask, why are we talking about letters? But it's part of the communication aspect that we regulate. So number of outgoing letters have been on the decline, but you can see in a quarter about 370,000. Courier items are growing, they are nice. International, outgoing international letters, not quite big issue. But when it comes to it, again, we're talking about contributions to greenhouse emissions. We have over 350 commercial free-to-air TV stations, community free-to-air stations, 9 FM stations, 213 FM community stations, 78. Digital terrestrial television of 4.6 million. Again, it's a very kind of small number if you look at the total population. In the last quarter, the total number of cyber threats that were detected are just about 971 million. What was down about 25% in the previous quarter. What the previous quarter gave is a billion or so. And then out of these threats, those which advisories were issued were about 8 million. And the rationale of this explanation here is not every threat that is detected eventually ends up being of such threats, such that to alert people in the industry. So that ICT has become an enabler across sectors, and I would say globally is a major driver of socio-economic development. And therefore, it can be attributed to a growing carbon footprint, which then can be distributed from raw materials, manufacturing, to distribution, to operational emissions, like when we use the ICT devices, and eventually to end of life. How do we dispose our ICT devices? It is estimated that the total ICT share of greenhouse gas emissions is between 1.8 and 2.3. But with recent studies show that this could be as high as 2.1 to 3.9, or even 5% of the global greenhouse emissions. Given that these ICT emissions are increasing and there isn't much development around policy mechanisms for enforcing strict ICT compliance, it has become difficult for countries to comply with Paris Agreement or climate action. The Paris Agreement was made at the UN Climate Change Conference, popularly known as COP21, in Paris in 2015. And it has three goals. The first was to reduce global greenhouse gas emissions to hold global temperature increases to well below 2 degrees. To periodically assess collective progress while achieving the target of the agreement, and then provide financing to developing countries to mitigate climate change. And what we have been seeing our leaders taking to the climate reform, where is the support for developing countries in terms of managing climate change? Now, generally, there are two ways to evaluate ICT's contribution to overall greenhouse gas emissions. One is to look at ICT's own emissions over the entire life cycle, and for the time you acquire an ICT device or service or infrastructure for the time that it is installed. And second is to look at it from the angle of what is the contribution from using ICTs in other sectors. In other words, how does ICT contribute to greenhouse emission mitigation in terms of carbon dioxide saving? I'll not belabor on this. These are just units that I use in terms of assessing greenhouse gas emissions. It's almost a metric system of 1 watt, 2, 21, 4 energy unit, 1 joule, 1 watt, okay, kilowatts. And then just I'll give a few examples of greenhouse emissions. Now, carbon dioxide as a unit that is used, as a gas that is used in insulation, rubber, plastics, even the beans that we take, pallet one, carbon dioxide. Methane, I think you have commonly used in cooking and other household equipment. Nitrous oxide used in pharmaceutical. And you can see that the numbers are increasing in terms of equivalent carbon dioxide emissions, with the highest in which is used in distillation, with 14,000 equivalent to 800 carbon dioxide emissions. How can we then, which mitigations can we employ to reduce greenhouse emissions across sectors? I think one thing is to reduce the use of materials, and this has happened in all sectors. Operations. If you saw, there are a lot of effort. Am I audible still? I saw a lot of shift from, for example, from DVDs, CDs to just sharing documents online, for example. How can we promote efficient use of we know, for example, that most devices, even when they are installed by most, they still consume a lot of power. So it's important that, for example, you have a shutdown of the system, and so that the shutdown cannot get installed by most. So I've been advocacy, minimal travel, in support of teleconferencing, like what I'm doing now. I was on that. Then a few hours on the road, probably increase greenhouse emission. If also we optimize processes, then we can have energy efficiency. It goes further into office space. If we optimize, for example, efficiency in how we use your office space, using natural lighting, compare that most buildings nowadays environmental friendly. Most of the rooms in the building are used without having power. Even storage of goods, and this is e-commerce, where you have seen this where they make an order of an item and it's delivered immediately, so that we save power that's used in warehouse, the lighting, and heating, for example. Even in our workplaces, our one keeping is streamline processes, increase efficiency. And then lastly, have e-waste, kind of e-waste management, so that we avoid wastage and we have efficient system. I just give an example of the impact on greenhouse gas emissions. If we are to, for example, to telework or work from home, compared to where someone has taken a journey to go and attend a meeting. So, the hypothetical example as full of that, in one case, two people meeting online once a week, it will translate to 8 times a day. And in each meeting takes 1 hour. So if this was to be done through a conference trip, compared if you are to do this to do a video conference, there will be reduction of greenhouse gas emissions by around 53%. Now, if you increase the efficiency, for example, now you need 240 times, find that you reduce the emission by 52%. Give another interesting example here of going paperless. That is one of the objectives of many organizations. For example, if you compare posting documents over mail to writing an email, communicate a subject or a decision, you find that you have nearly 98 or 99% reduction in carbon emissions by adopting email compared to direct sending of documents over post and courier, for example. So then what are the key issues we are talking about? We're talking about teleworking, definitely beneficial. There have been a lot of HR challenges around teleworking, especially permission. But I'll look at it more as an issue. If, for example, you are going to work from home, that time that you should be working, you are in the workstation and working online. But as you are aware, this came out during the time of people joining and walk away. So, eventually, discover that nobody was listening. So what are the big points? I think one is believing that ICT has a solution to everything. Believing that, for example, you went online instead of sending documents, you have total saving. And we also said that they need to travel for people because of the kind of engagement, interaction that physical community affords that you cannot do one night. And then lastly, some projections about research in carbon savings are directly. We need more research in this. The percentages that different researchers do, if you went paper in this what you say in terms of carbon emissions, they have to be kind of validated through further research. So I go directly now to that specific areas of function of communicating with Kenya and what has been done in terms of mitigating climate change, or which kind of action we can produce greenhouse gas emission. And one measure on which you people, a number of people vividly remember, was the migration from analog to digital TV around 2015. And now we are plans are underway to migrate frequency modulation, what is popularly known as FM broadcasting to digital audio broadcasting. And the benefit here is that with the new technologies, we can accommodate more frequencies in one channel. And the same power you need to power that channel to carry one signal, the noise, what you carry that, to carry both. In such a way, apart from lowering the costs for the broadcast and improving viewer experience, it also can tackle issues around our gas emissions. The second intervention that the Ministry Authority has initiated is around green ICT initiatives, and together with other industry stakeholders, we encourage adoption of green ICT by our community. And this includes telecom and broadcasters. In fact, on a quarterly basis, they report how far they are adopting a green ICT. We have also worked closely with the NEMA and other stakeholders to develop and implement e-waste management around in the country, including the e-waste management guidelines. Now, in terms of licensing, standardization, and type approval, it is a requirement that we apply for license. You must demonstrate whether you are able to share existing infrastructure in terms of mass, ducts, and others, and only put up your mass if you do not have an alternative to share in the area where you are. Likewise, with the other stakeholders like health, while approving equipment for connection to the country's network, which we qualify for approval, we consider energy efficiency as one of the requirements. And then after you start operation, every time we visit you, we take issues to do with energy efficiency as part of your license condition for glass item. Finally, in terms of emerging technologies, and I have more time, I'll talk about the CA regulator sample that we can visit our website and just type regulator sample. It's an initiative or a framework which allows innovators and researchers to test new technologies under relaxed regulatory conditions. And this is going to result in, for example, new services, new smarter services, displays, phones, which, for example, consume much more less power and less human intervention. IoT devices, for example, require different person time, while robotics can complement humans. For example, in factories, in agriculture, and other applications. We have seen the adoption of smartphones is growing, and with more efficient communication technologies such as 5G, we are going to have sectors like agriculture, manufacturing, health, education, and so on, greatly reducing human intervention and therefore energy consumption. Lastly, what is the conclusion on the report? I think we have considered social, energy efficiency, teleworking has been proposed as a method to look at to reduce the carbon emissions and going paperless. But more importantly, and we saw this from the beginning, is to improve the legal policy and regulatory framework around the climate action. And finally, collaborative research and development. And this one, I think we already engaged with the University of Science and Technology and other universities to come up with MOUs and technical cooperation agreements to see how we can work together under various items, the ICT sector, but also generally around the economy. And I think with that, I want to come to the floor of this presentation.
Thank you, Dr. Clifford, for your presentation. We'll allow about 3 questions from the audience, if you still have some time. Question?
Maybe 5 minutes at most.
Anyone with a question for Dr. Clifford? Comment?
Thank you, Dr. for that presentation. It is an informative presentation, especially on matters greenhouse, which is a reality, especially now that we do things online. We have shopping, which is done online. My question is on regulatory aspects. Currently in Kenya, and especially in Africa, there is an aspect of digital divide. When it comes to internet penetration, is basically in the urban areas. Is there any framework? Is there any deliberate move that you are making as CAK to ensure that these internet providers, organizations such as Safaricom, are able to penetrate to the other rural areas?
Thank you for that question. I'll take another one.
Anyone? I think people seem to be good. Just proceed with that particular question.
Okay, thank you very much. You didn't say your name?
His name is Dr. Munialo.
All right, Dr. Munialo. Thank you very much, sir. Now, there are two, I just go straight to the intervention that we have. One, we call it license obligation. So if we license, if you are an operator, if you are a Safaricom, for example, your Airtel or your Jamil or Telecom, part of that license will include what we call rollout obligation. We have already done a mapping because of and we know which areas are receiving which kind of service and which areas are not served in terms of voice, in terms of data. So we give a rollout obligation and then maybe in the 5 years span it has been down to ABC. And the reason being that if we leave you to choose where to go, we go to areas that are only commercially viable, as you have said. So you find a lot of operators, suppliers in Nairobi, and you go to, for example, a remote district county, and you don't find services. So you go to a remote village, you don't find services. So one, we give you a rollout obligation, and we follow it up. Actually on a quarter basis, you report to us how you are rolling out the services. But two, where even that rollout obligation does not meet connectivity requirements for very, very, very remote areas, then we have what I refer to as the universal service fund. This is a fund where all operators contribute, and the communication authority identifies the areas that are hard to serve or are not served. Then we give incentives. For example, to tell the operators, we are giving you, we are taking care of the cost of 80% for it to provide service to this place. So they they will give us the budget. Of course, we verify the budget for that network rollout or infrastructure rollout, and then we kind of finance it up to around 80%. But the condition is this: you have to promote competition. So once we finance you and we put up a tower, for example, then you are obligated to share that tower with any other person that is going to come here to that area to provide service. So those are the two major interventions that we have. But again, there's a third intervention because you don't have stakeholders. You find the operators themselves, the private sector, also rolling out services in areas where probably the government or the CA has not been able to reach, either through the license commission or through the universal service fund. For example, we have a class of operators we are now calling community telecom service providers, and we brought this to the attention of Meru University when we were last there. A university, for example, can come to such a license and provide services in the areas just around where the university is, and then you can connect with the other service providers. So those are some of the interventions that we have. Thank you very much. I hope that's clear.
Thank you, Dr. Gilbert, for your time and presentation. We are sorry for the delay that occurred. I know you are late for another meeting, but we look forward to working with you closely on some of the areas that you suggested. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and have a good day.
Yes, please, you can exit the meeting. So as he sets up his presentation, his name is Jackson Mwiti, and we want to welcome him. I would ask the people who are sitting too far there, can you move closer here? Yeah? Move closer, so that the conversation is more intimate, not too far. Yeah, I know some folks like sitting at the back. I know, Prof, I know you are roaming around is okay. I was just asking this. Yes. So Jackson, please, the stage is yours. Go ahead.
Good afternoon. Jackson Witty, and I'm going to take you through some of the things that I'm doing currently. And this is to do with biometrics systems. We all know what biometric system is. Basically, which now my main focus is on fingerprints authentications. This is one way you need to verify an individual or to authenticate an individual into the system. And in most cases, we find that there are a lot of issues that arise with biometric systems. So this is one of the objectives of the study that we are doing. So it's on comparative study on biometrics algorithms. There are many algorithms that are used, and I analyzed them on our biggest aspects, and I also focused on some of the parameters that affect biometric systems. So as we know that biometric is unique to each one of us, that even though you are twins, they are always unique, that each and every person has a different biometric system. And this, we have different modalities that exist. We have fingerprints, we have iris, we have gates that's working styles, and many others, face, voice. But my main focus was on biometric, that is fingerprints. Now, the performance of a biometric system majorly depends on something we call a threshold. A threshold is a value that is set that if you don't meet it, you are rejected, and when you meet it, you are accepted by the system. Biometric features varies each and every time. That today you come, the system will accept you, and tomorrow might the same system not accepting you. And there are many things that contribute to this. The main standing, which is adaptive CNN model for enhanced fingerprint detections, focuses on coming up with a model through which this system can be able to adapt to varying situations. Whether somebody is in the, let's say, in dusty places, your fingerprints get tampered with maybe because of the manual work that you're doing, or maybe disease. Sometimes also age can affect a biometric system. And there are too many errors that affect biometric systems. One is what we call false acceptance. This is where now the system is going to accept an individual who is not committed to the system. Then we also have what we call false rejection, whereby the system will accept or will reject the person or legitimate user. Now, there is always a trend between these two errors. When you try to suppress one, the other one goes up, and vice versa. So there are many algorithms that have been proposed in order to improve or to come up with a threshold which is permissible. And those are the algorithms that I have evaluated. So that's the objective of the study was analysis on the performances of matching algorithm and parameters. But this is so much on literature. So let me go through these algorithms. There are this what we call miniature-based matching algorithms. What are the miniature ones? In our fingers, we have something called ranges. Those are we have ranges and valleys, which when you place your finger on some ink and you place it on a clean paper, you see some lines. Those are what we call ranges and valleys. So what are the miniature points? After now you get that fingerprint, there are points where now either that line will end, terminate. At times you also find something, a lake, or where it divides, or we have a line just running, and we have what we call highland, that's two, okay. In a lake, then you get some highlands, we have span crossover. So those are the things that makes our fingerprints different from one another. And those are the things that now these algorithms try to use to differentiate the fingerprints. So miniature points now extract those points. This method usually has some accuracy, but now it gets issues when now it comes to noise in the fingerprints. Noise I mean either you've been affected by some work that you did, or maybe you got injured, or you maybe came across some dust and all those environmental factors. It has also been found that miniature-based algorithms, they tend to have what we call computational requirements in order to process them and also to store them. I'll now go to the next one, which is range-based matching algorithms. Now, this one now does not focus on the miniature points, but now those lines, which we call ranges, where we have values. Now, the main focus is on the divisions, where they terminate, and these ones. Now, these are a process of cleaning until we get to the skeleton. These are processes which are not going to take you through that. So now, how do you now determine the difference, or how do you differentiate the fingerprints of two different individuals? Now, we usually focus on the relationship that exists among the neighbor edges in a skeleton. So basically, you will compare range 1, 2, and 3, and those are the now areas that we focus on, whether there's a difference or not. And that's why now we need some AI methods to help determine this. So we have now the texture-based matching. These ones will now take the whole pattern of the fingerprints. One of these texture-based matching is, this work has been done by the person there and Domain in 2009, and did some work on this. So the texture-based algorithms have been found to overcome some weaknesses with miniature points. Then we have the fusion matches. Now this one now, we'll try to overcome some of the weaknesses that we find in biometrics, some of the biometrics that you can now combine. Fusion is where now you get the better part of this biometric and the other one, then you fuse them together, and from there now you can be able to accurately identify or try to reduce some of the issues that comes with some of the biometric systems. Basically this now, you might combine maybe face and fingerprints, or maybe voice and fingerprints, you fuse them together. But you may also, if it's for fingerprints, you may also use miniature points, and texture-based, using some algorithms. So what are some of the parameters now that affect the performance of our biometric system? One of them is the user factors, and I think I've mentioned some of them, like age, disease, or at times they might degrade due to some work that you do. If you do some manual work, you may get your fingerprints getting eroded. We also have sensing mechanism. We know that we have different devices in the market today. Some are cheap, we have some that are expensive, and all these devices will give you different qualities. So the quality of the device that we need to use for enrollment will greatly affect the performance of this biometric system. So that's why now we need to be very careful as we invest on the devices for enrollment, as well as for verification. We also have some environmental constraints that might affect the performance of our biometric system. One of them is dust, humidity, lighting, also temperature affects the performance of this biometric system. Now, as I conclude, we have seen that the performance of our biometric system is greatly affected by a number of things, and that's why now we need to take all this into consideration. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Miti, for the presentation. It's a time to engage with what Miti has presented to us. Anyone with a question, comment? Yes, please bring the microphone here.
Thank you, Miti, for that presentation. Mine is just a clarification on, because it was a comparative study, based on all the matching algorithms that you have discussed, what would be your conclusion in terms of the way forward? Which should we adopt based on what you have done? That is number one. Number two, you've mentioned quite a number of parameters that can affect the biometric systems. I'm just wondering, out of the many that you have mentioned, which do you think are the most prominent, or which one should we put into consideration?
Thank you, Dr. for the question. The comparative study was done in order to, as we work on the adaptive model, we put all those issues that comes with, or the weaknesses that comes with those algorithms, so that the one works better when, let's say, with noisy data, then, and the other one does not work. How do you now, how are we able now to come up with one that's going to work in all situations? And that was the purpose of that study. And the other question is on these parameters, which one is prominent? Mostly environmental factors and the sensing devices are the ones that are so prominent. Maybe unless. Thank you.
Anyone else? Please.
Thank you, Mwiti. That is a good presentation.
Thank you.
And it's an area that many people have interest in terms of biometric. Now, I only have one concern about biometric, because it's a system that we use either to access either buildings or offices and so on. And we realize that most people are still afraid of using that technology, especially the elderly. They believe either it may be cost answer the rates that are involved in terms of the operation of the biometric machine. So what would be your on that in terms of when somebody presses his finger on it, the kind of rays that are used to collect information from this human being, is it affecting the human being in terms of health issues? Do you have health issues related to it? And secondly, about your study, the way the study has mentioned about comparative, the factors are not coming out clearly, especially those factors that you're looking at, that you are trying to compare that affect the performance of this biometric system. They are not really coming out in terms of what is the problem in terms of your research problem about these factors.
so that you can have even a statistical evidence, tell us that these are the factors that are affecting the biometric systems, and this is the data, the statistics or the data we have, and based on this data, this is why I investigated some of these factors to find out which ones are more either prominent in terms of affecting our biometric system. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for the question. Now, the first one was now we convince these people who are kind of maybe the performance of this, is it? Now, we have different modalities that are there. We have fingerprint, we have voice, we have even the one for scanning the eye. Times that one is used in very critical systems, and I think I went for the fingerprint because it's the one that people are easy with, and the moment let's say even during the voting, you find the system is rejecting you, like the time the IBC and were using them. There were a lot of issues being reported here and there. And those are to do with the kind of problem that I'm trying to address. When you find the system rejecting you and you enrolled, you feel bad, or maybe when the queues are building up. So I think by seeing the system working, can somehow convince this elderly that this is much better than maybe being told to put a person that they don't know how to write. I think maybe that's I can answer that. No, the second question, I can just see it in simple ones that the issue or all this is towards coming up with an adaptive system. Adaptive in the sense that when the system is in a good environment, it works. When subjected in, or when you get into maybe noisy data, it works without having, or basically where we now we vary the threshold. And the threshold is the value of determining whether to accept or to reject. That means it will be varying on different situations. I don't know if that answers that.
So, anyone else with no question for Jackson, please, you can consult him. He's here. Thank you, Jackson, for that presentation. Dorothy, are you on this stage? Please. Do you have a presentation?
No.
Let's clap for Jackson for his good presentation. Go ahead, Dorothy. How many minutes do we give you? 5?
5 and then I think.
Okay, 2 minutes.
I think I'd be done as soon as.
Go ahead.
So, good afternoon, everyone. Yes, I'm just here because my name appears on the program as a presenter, and it appears twice. So I want just to make clarification because I think it is good. So that's because I think I have colleagues here who knows me and they may be wondering what has happened. So the first one appears, that is the portable multi-user sensor in participatory sensing. No, let me begin with the first one where I'm left. I think I'm after yes, there. The first one, it is direction aware personalized privacy, that is preservation framework in participatory sensing. So I am the theoretical, so this one I was the other alone. On this one, I would say the main reason that is I did not get ready to do, because when I presented the abstract, I got recommendation and decision. The decision said revisions required, and based on the time I got the decision, that is on June 18th, it was not possible for me going by the revisions. Out of my experience on publications, if you get decision that is revision required and there is no accepted with major revision. To me, I interpreted based on my experience as a publisher, that means my abstract has been rejected. I actually did a further inquiry with one of the senior committee member, and we came to conclusion that abstract, unless I do the revisions, it is not accepted. So I never prepared myself. So I saw it on the program, and because I knew as someone who has published, if I never did what the reviewers said, then I will not present. So it was a short notice for me to do what the reviewer wanted me to do. So the second one, let me just address them, Chair, all of them, so that because I'm not going to present it. So the second one is number 55, portable multi-user sensor, participatory sensing application. So to those who are new to me, I'm a serious researcher in the participatory sensing, trying to look for solutions for our mobile users. So this one is a NRF funded research that is ongoing. Again, based on that, because the first submission I did was that is the direction privacy aware, that is abstract. So that one I got the results and I was told a decision. So this second one, I never got anything. So for me, because I never got any decision, will you say my wisdom, I knew it had been rejected, because even if there is no word. So based on that again, I never got ready until I saw the program. It was too late for me. But because this is an ongoing research, I believe must take the fourth one next year, because I know I'll be there. So I think now I've learned that is, if I don't get a decision that is like you need revisions and all that, automatically it means it has been accepted. So I get ready. Thank you. And then the last thing I just want to say then, I formally withdraw the abstract of personalized privacy in participatory sensing from the conference proceedings, because I never did what the reviewers required. Thank you.
Thank you. This must please. Thank you, Dorothy, for the clarification. Something I think that is noted for a post-mortem. But as a researcher, you're always supposed to be ready.
You get ready with decisions.
You're supposed to be ready all the time.
I was watching the planning committee. I relied on communication.
Okay.
I explained the communication
Okay.
report and the implication of the communication.
Okay. So here we have Dismas Tendet, who is going to present to us. You have 15 minutes to make your presentation, and then the 5 minutes will be for your interaction with the audience.
Yes, hello everyone. Yes, my name is Dismas Tendet Interior, and I'm going to give you a presentation on revolutionizing soil quality with Internet of Things, a comprehensive design, under the theme leveraging computing and information technologies for climate adaptation and resilience. So this we have done together with Professor Makau Mutua, as well as Dr. Amos Chege, all of them from School of Computing and Informatics, Meru University of Science and Technology. Now, the motivation of the study, as well as the problems area, we all understand that climate change is a major issue that is affecting the whole world, and its significance is mostly felt in food security. And we all know that the population of the world is increasing, and specifically in Kenya, it's projected that by the year 2058, the human population will be over 100 million, meaning there is need for more food to sustain this increased number of population. And for us to grow food, we all understand that soil is very important, rather, it plays a critical role. And it means we have to determine ways and means onto which we can do soil quality analysis. As of today, we all know that for us to do soil quality analysis, it involves a process involving a collection of soil samples from the soil and taking them to the labs, maybe for analysis, among other things. And this process is always tedious, it's always time consuming. It involves using some chemical reagents. It doesn't provide any form of maybe continuous data, and the data is not real time as well. And because of technological improvements, it means there is need for us to have a solution that is climate resilient. And this solution can be based on technologies such as the Internet of Things, or what is commonly referred to as the IoT, machine learning, cloud computing, mobile computing, among other technologies. So the objective of this study is to design an IoT-based technique for real-time soil quality analysis that integrate advanced sensor technologies, data collection mechanism, as well as data analytics. Part of the literature review that we did is as tabulated and as indicated. And as you can see, majority of what guided our research was based on articles that were written between the year 2021 to date. And those which seriously impacted our study were for the year 2021 and 2022. The research approach and methodology that we used what we call design thinking. And design thinking undergoes a number of steps. This includes the emphasis, define, ideate, prototype, and test. So under the emphasis, this is where we interviewed the farmers to understand how do they check their soil quality, how do they measure their soil quality, which processes are involved, which challenges they do face. Then in the next stage is where we did the definition now of the problem and coming out with a solution. And in this case, we chose on using sensor technologies, which is still under the IoT framework, to collect these important soil parameters that can be used to perform soil analysis or determine soil quality. And from this, we ideate, or rather we came up now with our innovation onto which now we can use all these IoT, machine learning, cloud computing, mobile computing, in coming up with a system that a user can easily be able to access soil data in real time as well as continuous. Then we came up with a prototype, and this prototype is like a working example of the system. Then we did some testing into it. Whatever is remaining now is the implementation part on the farms. On the design approach that we used, for the purpose of making it better understood, we used some layered architecture. And in this layered architecture, we divide into three. That is the operation layer, the logical layer, and data layer. Under the operational layer is where we have sensors that will collect data from the farms. We also had the user interface, or rather, at this layer is where now the user will again interface, or rather interact with whatever has been collected using the sensors. We have the logical layer, and in the logical layer is where we'll have our machine learning model to process this data that has been collected, as well as this is the place where the querying will be done to and from the data store, or rather from the data layer, which is the bottommost layer, whereby we'll have this data collected being stored onto the local device as well as onto the cloud platform. And from the cloud platform, the data can be queried, be analyzed, and be interpreted to give the farmer the real state of the soil in real time via a user interface. On the implementation part, how we did that, as you can see in the presentation, we are having a number of flowcharts. And each of the flowcharts is representing the different sensors to measure the different soil parameters, such as the soil moisture, soil pH, soil NPK values, the respiration rate, the electrical conductivity, among others. Then all this data collected from the sensors will be fused together and be transmitted to the cloud for storage. And from this point is where now the machine learning part will come in, where pre-processing will be done. We collect the features from the data that will be collected. Then the machine learning model will do now the prediction, and finally we'll get now the prediction of the soil, and it will give to the farmer whether the soil is good, bad, fair, or very bad. So in conclusion, this study presents the design of an IoT-based soil quality monitoring system that integrates a number of technologies that facilitates data collection, mechanism for data analytics, mobile computing, whereby we create some user interface for the user to be able to access the technique. And the technique, as we have seen, it employs a multi-layered approach, and in having a layered approach, it makes the system easily be understood and easily be implemented. So that was the references that part of it that we used for this study. And thank you, and I welcome any questions from you.
This platform is
Thank you, Dismas, for the presentation. Question time.
Yeah, thank you, Dismas, for that presentation. When it comes to comparative analysis, especially in your literature review, it is important to use figures because it's a scientific research. And in science, we prefer where we see numbers, because when you're comparing numbers, is it accuracy, is it, which aspect are you comparing? The existing techniques. So it's important always to have numbers. Numbers help us to interpret the comparison even better. That was a good presentation.
Thank you, Dr. for that insight. And maybe to respond to you, this is a continuous project. It is a continuation of what we did last year in last year's conference. So those figures is what we presented during the last conference. So in this conference, we are presenting the design as we await the implementation of the solution now in the farms. Thank you.
Okay, this much for that presentation. It was a good presentation, and the kind of solution that you are offering to farmers is quite good, because I'm assuming if I'm a farmer and I'm able to establish the soil quality in my farm, I can be able to make better decisions on that. So my question is, have you considered environmental implications of using these sensors in the environment? Because I'm assuming we'll have several sensors in our farm that will be you will use to collect this data. That is number one. Number two, have you also thought of sustainability? Like the farmer in the village who cannot afford the kind of system that you're talking about, how are we going to make sure that this farmer is able to use your technology for purpose of getting the soil quality? So affordability and sustainability. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Dr. for the question. To respond to you on the environmental impact, the adoption of sensors that we are going to use will be quite environmental friendly, because for this case we are using sensors which will be reusable. And then on the side of how we are going to consider maybe farmers from remote areas, it is very possible that maybe if you don't have a smartphone, we can use some form of SMS query where the farmer can simply send maybe a code or an SMS, and he'll still get the query of the soil quality at that instance.
Anyone else with a question to Dismas? If not, let's put our hands together to thank him for the presentation.
Our next presenter is Anthony. Please. As Anthony is setting up, please let's stand up and stretch a bit. The food we ate to get its way in the muscles. Please. And you stretch wherever way you want to stretch so that Anthony does not cause you to sleep. So I don't mean that you make people sleep. Thank you, please be seated. When you are ready, please start.
Good afternoon. My name is Anthony Irunguzina, and I'm here to just share with you what I've prepared. This is part of the work that we were doing with two of my colleagues, Dr. Amos Chege and Dr. Meru. The title of the presentation is The Responsible Use of Generative AI in Research. And what we're supposed to ask ourselves today is whether the Kenyan universities are really ready for generative AI. This is the outline of what I want us to focus on. And to begin with, part of the work that we are doing with the two of my colleagues is on responsible computing.
And then I introduced the concept of generative AI, some of the tools that we are using in research and in universities. And then we try to see at which point should these tools play a role in our research work. And then I share a little on the guidance on how these tools should be used. Then at the center of this work is a look at some of the academic policies that can be used as a guide from universities around the world, and then a brief look at the situation analysis of what we are doing in this country, and then I'll provide some recommendations or a conclusion thereafter. So, responsible computing is framework, integrates environmental challenges, including what you're looking at today about climate change. And the whole idea is try to make IT more green, more ethical, and more trustworthy, and also sustainable. Maybe also to borrow from a quote that was given by Bill Gates just yesterday, is that AI is likely to make it easier to combat climate change, but this is only if it's used by people who are ethical and with good intent. So AI can help us combat climate change. So then, what is generative AI? Generative AI is about creating new content using models that have been trained with a variety of information. And if I can give some of us who are not in this line of AI a brief background of where Gen AI comes from, it starts from the wider circle of AI, where we talk of the simple rule-based algorithms going all the way to the complex algorithms involving neural networks. Then from that wider set, we have a subset of AI we call machine learning, which entails supervised learning, unsupervised learning, and reinforcement learning. Then going deeper, there is what we call deep learning, and this involves what you hear of being called convolutional neural network, recurrent neural networks, and then generative adversarial networks. Then from this deep learning, we have now generative AI, where the two main models here is the commonly what you used to hear of large language models, from where we have tools like ChatGPT, and then variation autoencoders. These ones are commonly the ones which are helping us to come up with models that can do image generation, sound generation, video generation, video content generation. So these here, I may not go through them because of time, all of them, but these are tools which you may have encountered in the last 3 or 4 years. And maybe just having a glance at them, you can see some of which are predominantly used in the education sector, like ChatGPT, GIT Hub, Copilot, Grammarly, and so forth and so forth. Now, what we are looking at here in our work is how we can make these tools be used more ethically and more safe and equitable and in a meaningful use within education and research environment. For example, if we are to look at it in terms of education and research, Gen AI tools can be used in the 4 stages of research. This is at the conceptualization and execution, that's in literature review and also in data collection
and also in analysis. These tools can be used to draft literature reviews. Although, when you get to these, researchers must be able to know that these tools can sometimes be very erroneous, and they should be, and this kind of, if you engage this kind of tools in this kind of work, you have to do a lot of fact checking and to be vigilant so that you are not biased in your outputs. Also, they can be used in dissemination of the research, and here the biggest challenge is now when we come to disseminating the output that has work that has involved a lot of Gen AI, who should we credit as the author? Is it the tool or is it the person who presents that output? Then again on translation, and then translating research output into things like patents or innovations. Who do we grant the patent? Can we grant a patent to an AI tool? And then again, can we grant you a patent on output that is predominantly the work of an AI tool? Then finally, we can use Gen AI on funding and funding agreements and compliance. And this one comes in when we are doing things like reporting and drawing things like budget. You see, you can use, at this point, we can be able to utilize these tools properly, but then again, it is usually the obligation of the PI or the lead researcher to take responsibility of the correctness of what comes out of these tools. Now, if we go around the world and see what other universities are doing and other research organizations, I have two slides here which I would not want to go through detail by detail of what each university is trying to do, but what we see is that the most prominent research institutions have come out clearly on how they want AI used in their organizations. So there are those which permit the use of AI, but with guidance that you cannot credit others. That if you use Gen AI, you must explicitly state where you have used it. And then if you go to some like Nature Editorial, they completely bans the use of Gen AI in their publication, because again, if you go back and look at the things that are published at Nature Editorial, they are predominantly real life images or imagery work of nature, so they wouldn't want to have AI generated content within their journals. Then, like Science Editorial now looks like all text generated work, it equates them to plagiarism. Like, or if the text that you present is from an AI tool, they consider it plagiarism. Then I have more here. Which talk of now giving their students and their researchers the best practices, what they should do and what they should not do. I think the first three is a matter of that kind of guidance. And also, if you go like to the United Kingdom, you find that most of those prestigious universities have formed a consortium, and they have come up with the one kind of guidance that gives researchers how they should ethically deploy AI in education. So that is, in brief, in the interest of time, that is the direction that's being taken by universities across the world. Now, if you come closer to our country, before we even try to see what our universities are doing, we are grappling with like our researchers and our students are already now using these tools, but in absence of a policy direction, in absence of a regulatory direction. A research that was done last year, that was like in June last year, found out like 60% of Kenyan students are already using generative AI. But even the students themselves are saying our universities are not guiding us on what we should or we should not do. Then if you go online like right now and try to search at the kind of interest or the kind of forums that are talking of generative AI, there are so many. Currently now, there is an East African Regional Forum on AI that happened 2 days ago, that is 24th to 26th June. And there are also many upcoming conferences in the whole of this year, an average of 2 to 3 per month. And most of the participants and most of the people who are giving their input there are university researchers. But if you try to go through each of these universities one by one, what you find are outdated policies that are ranging from the year 2020 to 2022, student guidelines that are dated back to when the universities got the charter, that is 2013. But of interesting to note is that there is particular one university, the Aga University, that published a policy guideline on the use of generative AI in higher education for their students. And this is the direction that is being given by the UNESCO of how universities should use the UNESCO guidelines and come up with either a consortium-based or individual guidelines to their students on how they should use AI in their institutions, in the research and education. So what are the opportunities that are in front of us? First of all, we need to enrich our curricula with knowledge and prepare students on how to use these tools. The next thing we should focus on is to figure out how do we protect personal data and intellectual property. Let me give you an example. We are doing a lot of research and most of what has been presented here today. And at one point, because most of the AI tools are kind of a black box, we may use those tools the same way we use Google. You just take some content and you subject it to an AI tool, not realizing that you may be you might be infringing some intellectual property of the owner of that work. So this is something that again we need to look at. We need also to review our policies. I think that one is straightforward, that we need to review our policies, especially because most of our policies currently, they talk of plagiarism. They don't go beyond there. So we need to review our policies to include that. And then we need to figure out for our students, how do we prevent malpractices that involve these tools in assignments and assessments. And then we need to teach our students how to use these tools ethically. As a conclusion, we need to acknowledge that currently we don't have national regulations that talk about the AI tools. I think it's something that is coming up from, maybe I have not mentioned part of that when I was looking at the policies around the world. Part of the UN resolutions on AI last year talked of most of our countries, in developing countries in Africa, we are playing catch up. We have not created regulations to address AI. And then there are data privacy gaps that will hinder our research work in universities. And also, we also need to establish the age-appropriate use. What is the correct age for engaging with these platforms? And then also in teaching, in pedagogy, we need to define how these tools should be used. And also we need to have a look at the long-term implications of these tools in education and research. That is the end of what I had prepared. I want to thank you for listening.
Let us clap for
questions, reaction to Anthony's presentation.
Thank you, Anthony, for that presentation. It is a timely work that you have done. On Friday last week, we attended a forum together with Professor Mtua, and the forum was organized by CUE. The title was AI, how universities can embrace AI. Whatever you have presented today is what we discussed. And those are the recommendations that came out from that forum. One of them is we need to come up with a policy framework in the university so that it will guide and come up with borderline on how we can use generative AI. It was also agreed from that forum that we should have all programs must have a course in AI, so that AI should not only be taught in computing courses, but all other programs, because we need to train our students on how to prompt. How do you prompt? Prompting today is becoming one of a valuable skill that you can have. So that is a timely presentation, and it's an area that is so current, and we need to embrace it, so that we do not discourage our students from using ChatGPT, but we help them, instruct them on when to use and when not to use. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Let me first say, Mr. Irugu, and that was a good presentation. So from what you have presented me, I am seeking for clarification. Because going by your title, e-readiness, and then towards the end, I'm getting a message of you are talking about the usage issues. So I just want clarification, because I think now you, according to my understanding, you are tackling two topics. That is, you have usage issues, which you have talked about. Then when it comes to e-readiness, I was expecting to hear things like your target population. I mean, you tell us among the students, among the teachers, among the non-teaching staffs, how we are going to fare. So I just heard you say now AI, it's like it's in computing. So now that one picks an element of e-readiness, but there, as we are talking, you never told us about, that is maybe even the managers and all that, because that is now the e-readiness. Because if you are talking about e-readiness in a university, you must look at all the participants in a university. So for me, I would say it's a good topic, but according to my understanding, you are tackling two issues in one that is one research. Thank you. Maybe you can clarify to me. That's what I said I've understood.
I think, as I said, don't read too much in the title. What I meant here is, the Gen AI tools are here with us, and research has been done as early as 2023, showing how students and how researchers are using it. My point here was, in research, have we given our researchers and our students a guidance or a policy to say, like in this conference, have we stated like what kind of content we want? Or for our journal, the HITTS, have we guided our researchers as Meru University what we not want that used and how it should be used? That is the basic thing I'm saying. Yeah.
So what I'm saying, just the way you tell the students, the title is the problem now, because the content now goes with what you have in the mind. But now, when I pick the topic, introduction, towards the end and in the middle, you got two issues. So thank you, because you have said not to look at the topic. If I drop the topic, we are together.
Thank you.
Thank you, Rombo, for the timely presentation. And the truth of the matter is, there's no way we are moving away from AI. It's here with us to stay. But my question majorly will be on the content that suits our situation. For us as Kenyans, or rather let me start for us as Africans, for us as East Africans, specifically for us as Kenyans. Because today, if you go to any generative AI, and for instance, you prompt it to create for you an image of someone carrying a baby. Yeah? It will generate someone from maybe from the Western countries, not from our setup. Same case, if you tell the same generative AI to create for you an image of an African mother carrying the same baby, it will create for you an image for someone from Western Africa. So I don't know which, or rather what can we do so that we can enhance these models, in that when you are prompting it, it gives you something that is within your environment or within our reach. Thank you.
What you're asking is a matter of regulation, because what we find is that we are not in the AI upstream. We are not actively participating in the AI at the point at the point the models are being trained. The data they are being trained on is not here. So we are consumers of these models, and what comes out is just that. And then somebody else has warned us that at this point we are likely to fall into the trap of thinking of first of all regulating instead of trying to guide our researchers into getting into the upstream of being part of the AI makers. We are quick to curtail, to regulate. I think if you read like an example of the bill that was being suggested for the robotics and something, there was robotics and something bill that was trying to say that we need to license the would-be makers of robotics. When we have not even in this country created a big, we are not creators of so many, and then we are starting first of all to say that we need to license those who need to create robotics. So if you approach it that way, you end up becoming what you would call like a second grade consumer of such. Like those prompts you are saying, if you give that AI prompt, like I want to see a man standing on a beach, you get a white man. If you say an African, yes, you get. And then you tell you, even if you sell that tool to give you a Kenyan man, to give you a Maasai. So it is an interesting thing, and I think as we look at those tools in terms of the prompts we give them and the output they give us, we need to look at it now in terms of now our students and our researchers, and to be able to give them a guideline. Because all these things that we do with these tools, at the end of the day, for the output to be of research value, they need what we call domain experts. They need to be validated by domain experts, people with knowledge on that area. Thank you.
Thank you, Irungu. That was a good presentation, very timely. Mine is just to ask on the second part of your topic. As Kenyan universities, do you think we are ready? Based on probably the research that you've done, do you think we are ready?
That's the question I was trying to answer, Madam Karui. That I had put that question there. It's not kind of a question. It's like a reading question saying that we are not ready. We are not ready.
Ready to the challenge, you are too topic. You just need to show us you are doing case study of Kenyan University. So now you tell us issues. Just remove the word ready. Then we will not ask you.
Okay. Okay. I get you. But then to answer Dr. Moduro there, because your question is that are we ready? As I'm saying, that question
is a reading question. It's just to say that we are not ready, because to be ready, we need to have this information readily available to our researchers and our students, even the ones who will be joining us like in September, that if you want to use the AI, even if it's at a simplistic level, we need to give our students a guidelines, even if we don't have a policy. Even if the country does not have a regulation, as a university, we should have a better policy to guide our researchers.
Thank you, Anthony. It's an interesting topic, but again, there is a complaint you made about the materials that systems is trained on from the Western countries. So why should we be worried when our own materials are not there? If you give student assignments that are to do with Meru, and there is no material Meru in the AI, why will you be worried? Would they copy anything? No. Because the worry is about copying and reproducing. It's just something to think about. Yeah, because all that is up there, it's literature, it's materials that belong to other cultures. Our cultures in Africa do not have, they don't. So the question is, let's first generate the materials from the local, so that then we start worrying about, and if you look at students who use AI, you'll find all the literature is the US. Yeah, they have nothing on Kenya. So it's just a thought, because it's a moral question we are dealing with in our academic integrity. How do we articulate those questions? Our third, fourth presenter is Mildred. Is your turn. Do you have a machine, or do you want that laptop you were using like this? And then it will be followed by Mary. Derek, Kibara, also Patrick, you are here. Are you presenting on behalf of this team? That's good. And then Ellie, Churu. No? Ellie Kangaru Churu is there. Oh, it's not in. So as soon as Nell, then Kibara will be up.
Okay, so good evening. Yes, my name is Mildred, and I'm presenting some work that is authored by me and Paul Mutelia-Diki. The title is The Role of Citizen Journalism in Documenting and Reporting Climate Change and Adaptation Efforts. So, as you are aware, climate change represents one of the greatest challenges and significant threats to the 21st century, particularly in the developing nations. When we say as it impacts, the prevalent effects become increasingly evident. This has necessitated comprehensive documentation and immediate reporting to inform public understanding and policy making, because the kind of effects or impacts that we are talking about range from economic, agricultural, health risks, among many others. Digitization has allowed for citizen journalism and the digitization of the content sourcing tools such as cameras, voice recorders, and other computer-based technologies. As a result of this, then the concept of citizen journalism is backed, where we are saying that citizen journalism is rooted in the broader framework of participatory media, where individuals without formal journalistic training utilize digital tools to report on events and issues significant to their communities. Because anybody that has access to these technological devices, such as smartphones, laptops, and all that, you are able to gather information, disseminate it as fast as information or at your own convenience. So the objective of this study was to analyze the contributions of citizen journalism in raising awareness, providing real-time data, and influencing policy regarding climate change and adaptation efforts. Then I identified my problem, where I noted that despite the critical importance of documenting and reporting climate change and adaptation efforts, traditional media, which include radio, television, newspapers, and scientific institutions, often fall short in adequately covering local and global climate-related issues. This is occasioned by restricted access to remote areas, because most of these mainstream houses or media houses don't have the access to some of the remote areas, limited resources as well, and delays in disseminating real-time information. Thus, there's a significant gap in effectively capturing the immediate localized impacts of climate change as they happen, or maybe as events occur, as well as the diverse adaptation strategies employed by various communities. This gap necessitates an exploration of alternative forms of journalism, considering that we have a number of forms of journalism. So I concentrated on citizen journalism, which has the potential to fill this void by allowing ordinary individuals to document and share valuable data and narratives while providing real-time ground-level reporting on climate change and adaptation initiatives. This study used two theories, and the first theory is the participatory communication theory, which emphasizes the active involvement and the empowerment of individuals and community members in communication processes that lead to more democratic and effective outcomes. Because we are saying that anybody that has access to the digital gadgets that you just mentioned, then is in a position to either take a photograph, maybe do a story, a personal story, among many other items, and share or maybe present his or her views. This theory promotes dialogue, mutual understanding, and collective decision-making, fostering an environment where all participants have a voice and can contribute to the discourse. This theory was relevant in describing how individuals use different digital forums, such as Facebook accounts, Twitter accounts, Instagram, WhatsApp, TikTok, blogs, among others, to share information relating to climate change. It aligns with the role of citizen journalism in climate change documentation, where community members actively document and report on environmental changes and local adaptation strategies as they occur. The public sphere theory, which complemented the participatory theory, provides a framework for understanding how citizen journalism creates a platform for public discourse. And we are saying that a public sphere is an arena where individuals can come together to discuss and influence societal issues. This theory states that individuals can come together to freely discuss and identify societal problems, and through that discussion influence political actions. For example, maybe if we realize that we have, like the most recent floods that we've been experiencing, of course we could see so many people sharing a lot of information, either through photographs, videos, and so many things or maybe events that were taking place, and this is being really being emphasized, or maybe this was able to happen because of the public sphere that we are talking about. Then citizen journalism fosters in engagement by allowing individuals to share their climate-related observations and experiences, thereby contributing to broader climate change discussions and policy-making processes. For example, we have the Ushahidi platform, which is a crowdsourcing mapping tool that has been used globally to report environmental issues, and it has been adapted for environmental monitoring, allowing various citizens or individuals to report on ground conditions and the response needed for each issue. Issues such as illegal dumping have been cited or maybe reported through such forums, pollution, and climate-related disasters which cause a threat to our climate or maybe which contribute negatively to our climate. The data collected helps in informing some of the disaster responses that should be undertaken, as well as the environmental policies that should be implemented. We also have an example of the Citizens Climate Lobby. This is also another organization that really encourages ordinary people that we are talking about as citizen journalists to engage in climate advocacy through use of social media to share updates, personal stories, and policy discussions effectively, functioning as a network of citizen journalists. Another example is the local and community blogs, where we have different communities forming their blogs at a local level or maybe at a localized level. And we have many local blogs and community websites that focus on environmental issues. These platforms often rely on contributions from citizen journalists who report on local climate change, impacts, and adaptation efforts. For example, we have the Eco Warrior Kenya that really focuses on environmental conservation in our country. We also have the LA Climate Connections, among others. This is a blog that provides daily radio programs. We also have articles and the video chat and the videos that connect climate change impacts to lives. And it features a mixture of professional journalism and of course the contributions from the community members whom we are referring to as the citizen journalists. I used the research methodology that was employed in this study is the descriptive research design, which aimed at describing various aspects of a phenomenon, including the characteristics and or behavior of a sample population. It was therefore used to describe how the citizen journalists document and report on climate change and adaptation efforts, the types of platforms that they use mainly, and the nature of the content that is disseminated through the platforms or the digital forums that we are talking about. This design was preferred since it allowed a large volume of data that was collected cheaply and quite conveniently for this particular study. My population study, my study population comprised of the citizen journalists. The target population include the community groups. I had experts in journalism. I had experts in climate science. I also tried to analyze some of the online platforms that we have and the citizen journalism audience members. A sample of citizen journalism content from various digital platforms, social media and independent news sites were analyzed to assess the themes, that is, for example, in Twitter accounts, in various Instagrams and many other social sites, to check the accuracy and also the depth of climate change reporting that is happening. A sample of 8 individual citizen journalists was done, 2 experts in climate science, 2 community leaders, 2 experts in journalism, and 13 audience members participated in this study. I used purposive sampling to select the most popular social media forums such as blogs, WhatsApp, YouTube channels, Twitter, Facebook, and online audience members. And I got some findings at the end of this study where I found out that yes, citizen journalism plays a significant role in documenting and reporting on climate change and adaptation, offering numerous noteworthy contributions and facing particular challenges at the same time. All the respondents 100% were in agreement that citizen journalism is quite significant in documenting and reporting climate change and adaptation efforts. Citizen journalism has significantly contributed to raising awareness about climate change, particularly in areas undeserved by the mainstream media. Advancements in technology has also brought about a host of new media devices, including the DV cameras, the social media platforms such as Facebook, Twitter, YouTube channels, TikTok, Instagram, Snapchat, blogs, and Google+, among many others that are currently used for content creation and dissemination of information. We also know that citizen journalism has enhanced the aspect of local perspective, where we are noting that citizen journalists provide on-the-ground insights and localized reporting that often go unnoticed by the main media mainstream, as I said earlier on. Through social media platforms, individuals are able to share real-time updates, again, in form of photos and videos, providing valuable data for disaster response and recovery efforts. It is evident that these grassroots reports raise awareness and foster community resilience and sharing practical solutions. This citizen journalism has also helped in amplifying the voices of the marginalized and the underrepresented communities by ensuring that a broader spectrum and experiences are included in the climate change discourse. By involving ordinary individuals in the reporting process, citizen journalism fosters greater public engagement and awareness about climate issues, and this is through the participatory approach that really inspires collective action and advocacy for climate adaptation and mitigation. We are also noting that citizen journalism has significantly contributed to the influencing climate change policies and adaptation efforts through various mechanisms, such as raising awareness and visibility by bringing attention to local climate issues that may not be covered by the mainstream media, like I said earlier on, making policymakers aware of specific challenges faced by different communities as well. Detailed reports on issues like deforestation, erosion, water scarcity, famine, and many others help to highlight the urgency of these problems. I noted some challenges also that really affect the citizen journalism, where I really cited some issues such as lack of credibility in the story disseminated by these citizen journalists. There's also the lack of formal training, and of course, when you don't have formal training, then your mode of documenting or reporting might be wanting to some extent. There is the aspect of lack of resources to access to technology, and the potential for misinformation that really need to be addressed. I have some recommendations where I'm noting that the future of citizen journalism in climate reporting looks a bit promising, with several trends indicating continued growth and impact. And therefore, this paper recommends that in order to sustain citizen journalism in climate documentation and reporting, citizen journalists needs to be provided with one, training in data collection, so that then as they collect information, or maybe as they collect data, they know or they are aware of what extent or maybe what kind of data is required. The reporting methods, how are they supposed to package the information, how are they supposed to report whatever content they want to report, and also the ethical journalism practices which must be adhered. They should also be offered technological support by enhancing access to digital tools, because not all of them are able to access, and also platforms for citizen journalists, and fostering partnerships between citizen journalists, traditional media, and scientific communities to enhance the credibility and impact of climate reporting. Then I add several references that I refer to, and this brings me to the end of my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's turn for
thank you, Mildred. It's time to interact and engage with Mildred and what she has presented before us. There's a hand here. Mary, you should be setting yourself up.
Thank you, Mildred. That was a good presentation. I think I've learned something about citizen journalism. So my question is, I'm looking at us using citizen journalism to collaborate with with experts or with researchers so that we can be able to use them. As you said, these are people on the ground. People can provide information that we are not able to reach. But I'm also thinking, what could be some of the ethical consideration that we should put in place to make sure that the reporting or the documentation that we are getting from these people is more reliable and more credible, which you pointed it out to be one of your challenges. So I'm just asking, or kind of thinking aloud, what would be some of the ethical considerations that we should put in place as we engage the citizen journalism? Thank you.
Thank you, Daktari. Yes, there are quite a number of ethical guidelines that guide journalists or maybe trained or professional journalists. Of course, we need to really put into consideration the sources of this information, the kind of information that we are relaying, to what extent, what are some of the stories are we supposed to release to the public. Like maybe you find people giving information that you hear from the audience, thereafter complain that maybe this information was not supposed to be released as it was released. It was supposed to be filtered, or maybe it was supposed to be given to at a certain level, not disclosing each and every bit. There is also the aspect of the legal consequences, where maybe you might end up giving a story or maybe disseminating some information that might end up landing you into problems as a citizen journalist. Sorry, thank you. Among many others.
any more questions? Let's start for
It's 4 o'clock. Good evening. Yeah. Oh, it's 5. Okay. 5 o'clock. Good evening. So my name is Meru Assunta, and I'm here to make a presentation. And this is a presentation that was prepared to answer to the call of MOSTIC 2024. To see how technology can be able to act with the theme of this conference, which is Science in the Service of Climate Action. So I did a small study on how we can use the social media for climate change engagement and awareness among the young people in Kenya. And right now, I know there's a lot of things that are happening in Kenya, and we've realized the power of the young people, commonly known as the Gen Z. We've seen that they can be able to run a revolution, they can be able to make decisions that the millennials that we are were not able to make. So this study guides the fact that this energy that is with the young generation, and through ways that they interact, especially through the social media, especially the Twitter and others that they use, they can be able to also
act on the climate change. So the background is that the global community is facing a lot of challenges with the effects of climate change. The agriculture, education. You remember a while ago when we were opening schools, there was a lot of flooding. The education was affected because schools were postponed. Health-related diseases coming up because of effects of climate change. So these are challenges that we are facing. So this calls for a lot of innovative ways and ideas to be able to tackle these things in Kenya and in Africa, because it is a challenge that we have. So there are so many causes of climate change, and human actions, is one of the biggest causes of climate change from the Industrial Revolution of 1800. You find that there are so many activities that we do in our day-to-day lives that cause the effects of climate change. So the youth come in here. Why? Because they are very energetic. They are the ones who hold the future. When you deal with the young people, you know that the future is sustainable enough in terms of climate change. We also have seen a lot of high energy levels and greater effectiveness in transmitting knowledge. They can be able to use a social media and they will skin you alive. Yeah? If you trend among the youth, especially in Kenya, you are done. So if they can be able to focus on things smart as climate change, they can be able to run a revolution on that as well. So the youth can drive the change to climate change action through social media. We see through Twitter, it's not Twitter anymore, it's X, WhatsApp, Pinterest. There's another one they use, Instagram, because they are very fearless and they are very energetic. Whatever they do, they can be able to have a creative way to be able to deal with this. So for us to be able to engage with them, we have to go down to their level. We have to, we must align our approaches, or the approaches of climate change, we have to align with the behaviors. So mostly the youthful generation exhibit a way of living that involves a lot of interactive activities. Sitting down like this one will bore them in a minute. But if you have so many interactive activities, you're going to be so much engaged, and especially through social media platforms. That is where they are. So, given the increasing number of social media users in Kenya, and Kenya is ranking as the top users of social media in East Africa, that is as per a study that was done in 2023. So, utilizing social media for climate change initiatives can really work in Kenya. So how do the youth use social media? So I did a questionnaire and I sent it out. I had around 200 respondents, and they were able to answer some of the questions that are key to this study. Questions were many. I will not present all of them here, but those that were key to the theme of this conference. And the first one was how many hours do you spend on social media per day? And majority of the respondents said more than 4 hours. 4 hours is a long time in a day. And more than 4 hours, you wake up like this, you check your phone. That is what we do, right? You want to do something, you first check your phone. And before you realize it, you're distracted and you're watching status and you're posting things and resharing things. So the fact that 34% of youth spend more than 4 hours on social media presents a very significant opportunity for climate change, engagement, and awareness. So some strategies that we can apply here is like creating engaging content that as they scroll, they can be able to see something that keeps their eye, and they stay there for a minute to see maybe educational series, hashtag, you've seen how hashtag, I don't want to mention hashtag what, has done recently. So you see, you can have an hashtag campaign on climate change actions and then gamification. Another question that was of my concern is how often do you encounter climate-related information on social media? It was my concern that here we were not doing very well on climate change because 35% says sometimes, sometimes means like maybe in 2 days you've not encountered anything, or maybe in those 4 hours that you were on social media in a day, maybe you encountered it maybe the first 2 minutes, and then after that you're doing other things. And then 38% said that rarely, there is a small percent that said never, and 15% only said often. So there's need to apply strategies that ensure the presence, the presence of climate change related information on social media. Sometimes maybe they are not encountering it because it is not there. There are not people who are doing these campaigns on social media. There are not people who are doing these educational challenges on social media so that it can be present for them to be there, to be able to see. And then we ask them, do you follow any social media accounts specifically dedicated to climate change awareness or activism? And majority of them said no. Yeah? So, is it a campaign that is not being done well? Is it the awareness? Is it that the content is boring? Is it that there's no champion? Yeah, because I understand for something to trend, it has to come from these famous people, or maybe it's something that just comes up and it just carries the day. So there is need to apply strategies that will encourage interest in climate change related accounts. For example, awareness campaigns through highlights, influential accounts, and influencer endorsements. Maybe the influencers who are very enthusiastic about these things and who have a lot of followers to be encouraged to be able to use this so that it can be able to gain more followers. Also, insensitive engagement through consents and giveaways and rewards for actions. For example, if you follow, you can maybe receive something. The young people do not need so much incentives, even getting a follower. Yeah, like you tell them, follow my page, I will follow you back. Yeah, because they look for followers more than friends, real friends. So if you put an incentive like that, follow this page, I will follow you back. You also get followers like that. It is going to help the youth engage in climate change action. So how effective do you think social media is raising awareness about climate change among the youth? And here, some thoughts slightly effective, moderately effective, and very effective. We had around 23%. So if well implemented and adopted, the social media can be used to drive a revolution towards climate change, awareness, and engagement through various ways. So the most important question to the youth, we ask, do you think social media can lead a real-world action on climate change? And we had a majority say yes. Yeah? So social media has a potential to lead the real-world action on climate change through some of the following ways. Wide reach, remember it is like bushfire. Social media spreads very fast. You do something here, before you get out, everyone knows about it. Influencer, impact, peer influence, campaigns and challenges, educational campaigns, live updates, and coverages. So in conclusion, this is just something small that I picked from that study. In conclusion, we can see that social media can be able to do a lot, especially when it is in the hands of the youth. And when the right content, or rather content that is really intriguing them, can reach their hands, they can be able to run a revolution, to be able to also act in climate change. Because remember, we said the causes of climate change is human. Some of it is human, the activities that you do. And you see the young ones are many. And some of the activities that they do also affect the results and also affect the bring in the effects of climate change. So yes, social media can be able to run a revolution with the youth to be able to fight the effects of climate change. So thank you very much, and it was nice talking to you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mary. Engagement with Mary. Some reaction. Let's clap for Mary for her presentation. There's a hand here, please. Please bring the microphone.
Okay, that was a nice presentation. My question is this: did you try to maybe see how AI can help in sentiment analysis? Because this thing of social media is getting out of hand.
Thank you. Sentiment analysis is a whole area of research, but it was one of my concerns. I asked the respondents whether they have considered in any way using AI, and many respondents, even if I did not put it here, said that they have considered using ChatGPT. So how to deal with sentiment, I have to own up, it's not something that I really checked, but I think in this study is something that needs to be checked also.
Thank you for the presentation. I'm making a follow-up question on what you had said, that you are wondering why is climate campaigns not taking ground. Did you try to answer the why? Because you didn't respond to it. Like, why is it not progressing as it should be?
Why? Which question is that?
You said that when you are doing your research,
yes,
or your study, you wondered why climate campaigns are not they did not gain much traction on social media. So I'm wondering, did you try to find out why don't they gain traction?
That is whether they have come across any climate change.
Not really. I'm asking, now that you realize that climate campaigns do not get so much airtime as they ought to get, and you say that you also wondered why.
Yeah.
Did you try to find out why they do not get that traction?
No, because I did not carry out a follow-up questionnaire, but from the studies that I did when I was trying to compile the paper, I realized that maybe the people who carry out the campaigns, they are not vocal enough. Like you see, the recent activity or revolution that we just had, it was driven by a hashtag that really went viral. But I haven't come across anywhere in climate change and social media where any influencer who is very much known and followed by the youth has started such a campaign. This could be one of the reasons. One thing you learn about the youth, there's a lot of peer influence. For example, some people will follow because someone is following, or something is trending. Why am I not aware about that thing? So it is rare to see climate change effects or actions or awareness going viral in such a way. So we need to, maybe the activists need to make use of the influencers who are really much heard by the young people in Kenya. And once they are able to create something that is like a hashtag on climate change that is driving the youth, they can be able to move with it. I hope that answers. You know, I see you are one of the Gen Zs. You can tell us maybe what you need to do, because you're the ones you're talking to. And you see, the future is in your hands. And this is our home. Probably we've been the ones who have done a lot of damage to it. And as you've seen right now, we are not the ones curing it. You are the ones who are clearing our mess. So maybe also from you, maybe in my study, you can be able to help us to see how well we can be able to speak to you as the young and Gen Zs of this world.
There's a question here.
Okay, thank you, Mary, for that presentation. It was quite insightful. My question is, supposing today you were to really use social media to do the campaigns on climate action, how would we measure the impact?
Wow.
Just a thought, how would we measure the impact in terms of attitude change and behavior?
Measuring impact on change of behavior, you see from the activities of the youth. Yeah, probably how they take the environment, how they drive the campaigns. Like one of the campaigns that has been there, the tree planting. Yeah, and we've only seen this by the government. And even when it is put, it is just a public holiday that we enjoy to plant the trees, but we don't see these young people showing up per se. So maybe if we come, you see like activities now starting coming up from the youth themselves, and then they come out in numbers. Then you see like this one is really working among the youth. You do start maybe to measure.
Thank you, Mary, for the presentation. Definitely, it's an important debate. And as someone who comes from communication, the question I would have asked you is, what motivates people to do the things they do? The tools don't give people reasons, because there are so many of us who are on these platforms and we don't do anything. So the question is, what motivates you to post what you post from a communication perspective? And maybe you'll get the question of impact if you're able to figure that out. In your research, you can add something of that. We have Kibara here, and it's going to be our last presentation, so you can take the longest time, or you can take the shortest time if you want us to leave here. Please, the stage is yours. Is the man who's going to keep us here or make us leave as soon as possible?
Good afternoon. My name is David, and I was doing a research on AI for climate action, bridging Kenya's digital divide for greener future. So we are a team of 3 members. The other members are Good Otto and Patrick Joanna. So our main objective is to explore how artificial intelligence can be a pivotal tool in addressing the climate change while simultaneously narrowing the digital divide in Kenya. So here we are looking at 2 aspects. One aspect is the climate change, and the other one is the digital divide in our country. So we start by context setting. So the digital divide in Kenya over half Kenya's population lacks the reliable internet access, and that is mostly the rural and underprivileged urban dwellers. So these are statistics as per 2024. The Kenyan internet penetration rate stood at 14.8%, and that was mostly in urban areas, where the 4G signals are still not widely available in many rural parts of Kenya. So importance of bridging this divide, enhancing digital access can lead to improved education. So having the internet, we can actually be able to access online materials, that is from YouTube and from other resources we have on the internet, including the online learning. Then we have improved health services. We have better economic opportunities as well. So the climate change challenge in Kenya. So we have been grappling with severe droughts, rapid deforestation, and increased flooding, like the case we experienced, I think, was late April, where we had the flooding in the whole of the country. And the impact of this to the population is that these environmental issues threaten food security, displace populations, and strain water resources, mostly impacting the rural communities. So that's what happened in April. I think some individuals lost their livelihoods, and also people also lost property, etc. So the role of AI in addressing the climate change. So here, this can actually be done through the data analysis. So we can actually be able to collect data and try to predict what is going to happen in the next few years, and predictive modeling as well. Offers unprecedented opportunities to tackle complex environmental issues. Global examples, like for example in Brazil, they use AI to predict the rainforest degradation. And also in India, they normally use AI to predict cyclone formation and enhance early warning systems. Here in Kenya, we have been using AI for weather prediction. If you check the Google weather, you can actually be able to predict the weather for the next few days in a certain location. Then we have the wildlife conservation and carbon footprint analysis. Then bridging the digital divide using the AI. So AI-driven solutions, introducing AI-powered mobile applications that provide agricultural advice to farmers, or using satellite internet to bring online education to remote areas. And here we have an example that has already been used, that is Ushahidi, and that's where they can actually be able to map the areas where there are disasters, so that you can actually have effective allocation of resources. So AI in environmental management. So we start with the predictive analytics for weather and agriculture. So in analytics of weather, that's where through the time series analysis, once you collect the data in a certain area and you tune the parameters, you can actually be able to predict the weather patterns in that particular area. So enabling the farmers to make better planting and harvesting decisions. So if the farmers are informed, they can actually be able to make the decisions when they are going to plant and when is the most best time to actually harvest. Then we have the wildlife conservation. AI-powered drones and camera traps monitor wildlife, prevent poaching, and track animal migration patterns. Energy management and optimization. In Kenya, AI-driven system can optimize the operation of solar and wind farm by predicting the weather conditions and adjusting the power generation accordingly. So like in areas where we have the power generation system using the wind pins, so you can actually be able to predict the wind stream, and then you can actually be able to optimize the grids for that particular wind fields, so that you can actually have maximum production of power in those conditions. Addressing the dual challenge of digital divide and climate change. So promoting digital inclusion for climate action, leveraging digital technologies can enhance climate monitoring, early warning systems, like in the case of the cyclones, and dissemination of climate information. By providing digital access, communities can better prepare for and respond to climate-related events. Renewable energy solutions, expanding access to renewable energy sources such as solar and wind can reduce greenhouse gas emissions and provide electricity to remote areas, thus facilitating digital connectivity. So when it comes to the renewable energy, this is where we are looking for cleaner energy sources. And by doing the research using the AI systems, you can actually be able to see which is the most appropriate renewable energy that can actually be used in a certain location. Capacity building, investing in digital literacy programs can empower communities to use technology for climate-smart agriculture, water management, and other sustainable practices. So when the farmers are informed, they can actually be able to access the information that will actually make them make better decisions on what to plant, and that is what is being called the climate-smart agriculture. That means they can actually be able to tailor the crops they are planting with the climatic conditions in a certain area. Urgency of integrating AI for environmental sustainability and digital equity. So here we have the two interconnected challenges, and that is the digital divide and the climate change. And the digital divide can accelerate climate change as it hinders citizens' access to crucial information, environmental information. So when the farmers do not have certain, or when the citizens do not have certain information about the environment, then they might actually make decisions that will actually accelerate the climate change. While climate change can accelerate digital divide, for instance, flooding can lead to destruction of digital devices. So again, the climate change will actually make the citizens lose property, including the digital devices. That means that will actually accelerate the digital divide. AI role in addressing the challenges. We have the data-driven environmental management, early detection of deforestation, pollution, and resource management. So you collect the data, and after collecting the data, you analyze that using the AI system, and then data, that's when you can actually be able to predict, in the case of the resource management or deforestation. Then we have optimizing renewable energy, predicting energy demand, and optimizing grid management. Enhancing digital equity, offering personalized education through AI-powered learning applications. So there are learning applications that can actually be able to understand your knowledge or to understand what you know, and then they can actually be able to optimize your learning mechanism so that you can actually concentrate in learning whatever you are not aware of. Climate resilience and adaptation, supporting climate-smart agriculture in changing climatic conditions. So the urgency of integration, accelerating climate action, immediate AI integration can make environmental interventions more effective. Inclusive economic growth, bridging the digital divide is crucial for inclusive growth, ensuring everyone benefit from the digital economy. So like I think we have the content creators. So in case young people do not have access to these digital devices, then they will not actually be able to gain from the content creation. Global commitments and local impacts, achieving the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, offering scalable solutions to complex challenges. And then finally, AI integration is essential for addressing the climate change and digital inequality, and AI offers transformative solutions to climate-related challenges and digital divide in Kenya. So together we can harness this technology for sustainable future. And thank you. Any questions?
Thank you. Let's clap for David for his presentation. It's the time for you to engage with him. Some question, clarification, comment on what he has presented, please. Seems, David, you are crystal clear.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you. Please have a seat, David. Now, we've come to the end of our session. I want to take this opportunity to thank you, the audience, first for sitting here and during the afternoon presentations. Our presenters, keeping us here engaged and informed, and everyone else, our team here, which has facilitated the communication within this conference. And I want to thank also my rapporteur here, Dr. Munialo, for doing the Lord's work of documentation, and everyone else who has supported what has happened in this room. It is our honor to be supported by you. Thank you, and see every one of you tomorrow in those other sessions that are called. Thank you. Have a good evening.